Chapter 3187. Tyrant's powerful attack was directly suppressed by the god-suppressing monument. With an endless pressure, the 8 of them were forced to retreat. He also staggered a step, his face incomparably cold. What a terrifying god-suppressing monument. Ba. Such a terrifying magical tool must not fall into the hands of this bastard. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the world. This guy is not our match, but he actually managed to fight us to a draw with the god-suppressing monument. He's not simple. We can't let him live, we can't let him live. Everyone's expression was solemn. Tyrant held the god-suppressing monument in his hand, like a peerless Buddha, standing proudly and looking at them with cold eyes. The god-suppressing monument is an important Buddhist weapon. We must not let it fall into the hands of this person. We don't know how many disasters he has caused with the god-suppressing monument. We don't know how many people have died by his hands. He's simply an executioner from hell. Reverend Yuan Bao said in a deep voice, pointing at Tyrant and listing out his crimes. Ba. That's right, junior brother, you're right. The god-suppressing monument is powerful. It's a supreme weapon left behind by Gautama Buddha to suppress all evil. We must not let it fall into the hands of evil people. If that's the case, how can the many experts of the West Pole Divine region feel at ease? Reverend Yuan Da nodded heavily, feeling righteous. Fuck you, stop talking so much nonsense. If you want to fight, let's fight. Gautama Buddha said that good things belong to whoever has them. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. Tyrant sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. The flames of war were ignited once again. Ba. What a stubborn person. How dare he call himself a reincarnated living Buddha? I think he's just a wild monkey that's hard to tame. Reverend Yuan Qing said coldly. In their eyes, Tyrant had become a real demon. They must kill him as soon as possible. Obtaining the god-suppressing monument was the most important thing. In your eyes, who isn't an evil person? Ha ha! Monk Tyrant laughed impudently. His words rendered Taoist Master Yuenda and the others speechless. They had always prided themselves on being a righteous sect, always standing on the moral high ground. They would never believe that they had done anything wrong. They were the true judges of justice. And this was what Tyrant hated the most. That was why he was chased and attacked by so many people in the West Pole Divine region. He was killed by countless people because he stood on the side of justice and fairness. However, those people always believed that they were right. Therefore, true fairness was the opposite of them. Therefore, it was only natural that Tyrant was attacked. They would not allow anyone to stand on the moral high ground and criticize them. Only they had the right to criticize others. As long as it was something different from them, it would not be orthodox. The monk Tyrant hated this group of sanctimonious people the most. His actions were extreme and extremely domineering. That was why he had offended so many major forces of the West Pole Divine region. His possession of the god-suppressing monument had put him in a desperate situation. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. In the eyes of those people, the god-suppressing monument in his hands was the greatest failure. He did not deserve to possess it. Only those truly powerful forces were qualified to possess it. Don't you just want my god-suppressing monument? Why do you have so much nonsense? Why do you have so many excuses? If I don't kill people, you won't snatch my treasure? If I don't kill people, you say that I don't deserve it. You force me to kill people. After I kill people, you force me into a desperate situation. What a good method. I think it's time for your West Pole Divine region to be cleansed. Today, let me enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Since your West Pole Divine region no longer has a Buddha, from today onwards, I will be your Buddha. Tyrant said with a cold expression. When dealing with these people, one had to use violence to curb violence. If one tried to reason with them, they would be angered to death. Therefore, one could only beat them until they were convinced, and beat them to death. This was Tyrant's Tao. Sophistry. You have killed so many people. You should go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated. Attack. Reverend Yuenda took the lead and charged forward. His fists shook the sky, shocking everyone. 5-direction Arhat fist. Once again, Reverend Yuanda and the others surrounded Tyrant. However, Tyrant did not hold back at all. With the god-suppressing monument in his hand, a tremendous oppressive force emerged, making it hard for anyone to approach him. Relying on the might of the god-suppressing monument, Tyrant finally managed to break through the situation. Everyone present became fearful. The God-suppressing monument was an important weapon that Gautama Buddha had used to suppress ghosts, gods, and demons. Even if Tyrant was unable to unleash its full power, it was still extremely terrifying. Once the God-suppressing monument appeared, everyone was stunned. There was no way they could compete with it. Tyrant was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He defeated all of them one after another. This scene shocked even Jiang Chen. Tyrant was worthy of being his brother. These people weren't strong enough to capture him. If not, Tyrant would have been captured by them long ago. Good job, monk. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a laugh. Qing Xian and Dou Bai were still fighting fiercely, but Dou Bai was obviously more skillful than Qing Xian. He was more experienced in advancing and retreating than Qing Xian. Gradually, Qing Xian was brought into Dou Bai's attack range. Dou Bai had set up a trapping formation. Although he couldn't kill Qing Xian in a short period of time, this trapping formation made Qing Xian extremely annoyed. Dou Bai sneered and went straight for Jiang Chen. If he did not attack now, his chances would be even slimmer. On the other side, Reverend Yuenda and the others were already suppressed by Monk Tyrant. The might of the God-suppressing monument made everyone's scalp tingle. Once they were suppressed by the monument, they would die without a burial place. Brat, die. No one can save you. Dou Bai attacked in the air. His feather fan flew up and approached Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He sat steadily on the praying mat and slapped his palm. The moment his palm intersected with Dou Bai's, he forcefully pushed Dou Bai back. Jiang Chen stood up slowly and looked at Dou Bai with murderous intent. If you want to kill me, you'll have to wash your own neck first. Instead of retreating, Jiang Chen advanced. At this moment, he had finally sounded the horn to launch a counterattack. Although his strength hadn't fully recovered, Dou Bai shouldn't be a match for him at all. Jiang Chen did not even need to use the dragon transformation. He forcefully pushed Dou Bai back with the strength of his flesh and blood. A terrifying aura rose. Dou Bai was not a match for Jiang Chen at all. His punches landed on Dou Bai's body. Even though Dou Bai was a half-step divine emperor, he could not withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. The more Dou Bai fought, the more shocked he became. His expression was extremely ugly. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen could recover so quickly. Battle God Space. Chapter 3188. The Battle God Space was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the strongest means of the Battle God clan. The Battle God Space could directly change the structure of the space and form a space-type formation. If one wasn't a core disciple, he wouldn't be able to come into contact with the Battle God Space. In the past, the Battle God Space that Jiang Chen had snatched from the disciples of the Battle God clan was just a formation that the Battle God clan was most proud of. However, this Battle God Space was extremely terrifying. The Battle God Space could even directly seal people in the space. Those who were weak would be crushed to death by the Battle God Space. Jiang Chen was calm and indifferent. The appearance of the Battle God Space had instantly sealed him and isolated him from the outside world. In the space, there was nothing around Jiang Chen. The Battle God Space was constantly compressed and became smaller. Jiang Chen's range of movement was also getting smaller and smaller. It was like a cage of heaven and earth, sealing him inside. However, at this moment, Dou Bai's Battle God Space was obviously not complete enough and it wasn't powerful enough. This guy's strength was only at the intermediate level. It couldn't be considered as having absolute control over the space. Even Jiang Chen was shocked when the Battle God Space appeared. However, Dou Bai's level of attainment was still not enough. What a strange method, Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes were filled with surprise. However, this Battle God Space wasn't flawless. Jiang Chen was shocked, but he didn't panic. This self-contained Battle God Space wasn't something that ordinary people could break. Let's see how you escape from my Battle God Space. Dou Bai sneered. The space was constantly compressed and it would become more and more solid. Shrinking the space would also make it more and more difficult for Jiang Chen. Dragon Transformation. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. Under the Dragon Transformation, he punched crazily. With absolute explosive power, the Battle God Space was completely deformed. How could this be? Dou Bai couldn't believe it. Jiang Chen actually used absolute divine power to make the Battle God Space become distorted. It even felt like it was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't control the Battle God Space anymore. Once the battle god space was broken, he would definitely be seriously injured. Trying to trap me? Dream on. Jiang Chen gathered his strength and punched out. His entire person became incomparably ferocious, and the momentum of the attack instantly broke through the battle god space. Dou Bai was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing into the rock wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. This Jiang Chen was simply too strong. Invincible. The battle god space was rather domineering, but it was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen and shattered with one punch. This scene was too shocking. Jiang Chen, this guy can actually be so ferocious. Although Dou Bai's strength wasn't considered top-notch, he wasn't mediocre either. Shenyuan Yuma and the others stared at Jiang Chen in shock. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tyrant attacked consecutively. Yuan Qing and Yuan Bao, the two spiritual masters of the All-Life Temple, were suppressed and forced to retreat. The force of the god-suppressing monument was like the pressure of 10,000 mountains. It was extremely ferocious, and the two of them couldn't withstand its sharpness at all. Jiang Chen instantly joined the battle. At this moment, he faced Yuan Da, Yuan Qing, and Yuan Bao alone. The three of them were completely shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. They were no match for him at all, and they were shocked. However, the strength that Jiang Chen displayed was unquestionable. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword to cut through the attacks of the three spiritual masters without holding back. "Brat, do you really want to be our enemy?" Spiritual Master Yuan Da said while panting. The three of them were no match for Jiang Chen. They had really underestimated this guy. They didn't expect that the weakest person among them was actually such a terrifying expert. "Isn't it a little too late to try and rope me in? What were you guys thinking when you pushed me into the bottomless abyss back then? When you wanted to put me to death, what were you guys thinking? To think that you guys could say such shameless words. I'm really impressed by how thick your skin is. All the skills that you guys have cultivated for so many years are all based on the thickness of your skin, right?" Jiang Chen sneered. The faces of Spiritual Master Yuan Da and the other two turned extremely ugly. However, what Jiang Chen said was not without reason. "Amitba. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and you will be saved. Back then, it wasn't the three of us who wanted to kill brother Jiang Chen. They did it on purpose. Why can't we bury the hatchet? If we capture that reincarnated living Buddha together, our all-life temple will definitely reward us handsomely. With brother Jiang Chen's methods, why do you have to worry about not being able to rise to the top? Why do you want to ruin yourself here?" Taoist Yuan Qing explained. He was trying his best to dissuade Jiang Chen. "Ha ha ha. What a joke. You guys have the ability to stop them but you didn't. You brought me here just to be cannon fodder. Does my life or death mean anything to you? Now, you guys want to rope me in? How shameless. This monk is my brother. Anyone who dares to touch my brother will be killed without mercy." Jiang Chen said angrily. The faces of Spiritual Master Yuan Da and the other two turned pale. It seemed that they had underestimated Jiang Chen. However, the other party was determined to fight to the death with them. The three of them were filled with regret. It was all the fault of those four fellows who forced Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood against them. "Amitba. Jiang Chen, don't blame us for being merciless." Spiritual Master Yuan Da put his palms together with a solemn expression. "Old monk, if you have any tricks up your sleeves, just use them. Otherwise, I will send you guys to the 18th level of hell. Don't you guys always say that if I don't go to hell, who will?" "Ha!" Jiang Chen laughed and said. He glanced at the rest of them. Tyrant completely ignored Shen Yuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin, Lan Mao and the others. "Don't hurt the woman. Goddess Luo is De Huang's woman." Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Tyrant. Tyrant's eyes sparkled as he looked at Goddess Luo. Sure enough, she was a phoenix among men. It seemed like Big Yellow's luck with women wasn't bad. Since she was Big Yellow's brother, he surely wouldn't be interested in her. As for the other person, Little Chen didn't say anything. It must be his woman, Tyrant thought. At the same time, Jiang Chen also transmitted his voice to Goddess Luo, telling her that Tyrant was also De Huang's brother. Goddess Luo understood tacitly. She stood at the periphery and did not attack Tyrant. Although she seemed to be attacking, it was just a superficial attack. As for Lan Luo, Jiang Chen could only guarantee that she wouldn't be injured by Tyrant. As for her life and death, it was up to fate. At this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't even guarantee his own life. How could he guarantee her life? In an instant, Jiang Chen's expression changed when he turned around again. Because Spiritual Master Yuan Dai and the others' strength had increased instantly. Their bodies were shrouded in golden light. How could this be? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he murmured, "Little Jiang Chen, you asked for this. We wanted to enlighten you, but you are too stubborn. So we have no choice but to do this. Since we can't enlighten your body, we will enlighten your soul first," said Jiang Chen. "Look at my Ahut golden body." Spiritual Master Yuan Dai roared. This time, he was not afraid of Jiang Chen at all. With the strength of the three of them, any one of them was enough to shake Jiang Chen. The power of the Arhut golden body made Jiang Chen not dare to slack off. It turned out to be the Arhut golden body. Rumor has it that the Arhut golden body is passed down by the Arhats of the 10 great temples. Only those who are valued by the Arhats will have this blessing. Once the Arhut golden body appears, even a divine emperor realm expert would have to avoid it. Chapter 3189. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But I like it. Jiang Chen roared. The ancient soaring dragon technique had greatly improved his strength, surpassing the half-step deity emperor realm. This battle was strenuous for him, but it was still far from enough to kill him. The golden light was resplendent, dazzling, and sublime. Under the Arhut golden body, the three of them were a foot taller, and their momentum was flourishing. 5 Arhut Fist. Heavenly Shade Arhut Fist. Drunken Dream Arhut Fist. The 3 golden Arhats forced Jiang Chen into a dilemma. Countless fist shadows came crashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was naked. His blood vessels were boiling. The battle between the 4 of them became extremely exciting. Jiang Chen was fighting against 3 of them alone. At this moment, he was no longer a half-step divine emperor, but 3 golden Arhats with the aura of an emperor realm expert. Jiang Chen swore not to take a step back. Countless dragon marks surged. Between Jiang Chen's fist shadows, there were vague dragon shadows. Even though he was fighting against 3 golden Arhats, he was not afraid at all. 3,000 Flaming Heavenly Seal. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen consecutively displayed several terrifying seals. The sky faded and the earth trembled. The vulture cave was shaken by the battle between the 4 of them. Even Tyrant was shocked. Can little Chenzi withstand the attacks of the 3 golden Arhats? Tyrant was shocked, but he did not panic. He knew that Jiang Chen would not be defeated so easily. Although he was confident, he might not be able to defeat little Chenzi. Even with the God-suppressing monument, he might not be able to suppress little Chenzi. Although the 3 golden Arhats were very strong, they were not invincible. Jiang Chen used the might of the ancient soaring dragon art to push his strength to the peak. The Emperor realm was a huge dividing line. Even if Jiang Chen pushed the ancient soaring dragon art to the extreme, he still could not break through the Emperor realm. Therefore, he was only infinitely close to the Emperor realm. But even so, he was not inferior to the 3 golden Arhats. Jiang Chen clenched his fists and fought against the 3 golden-bodied Arhats. Clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The strength of the 2 had reached the peak. Jiang Chen fought against the 3 of them, but his strength was constantly being suppressed. After all, the strength of the 3 golden-bodied Arhats was already comparable to a divine emperor expert. This was the most terrifying aspect. On the other side, Tyrant was no longer as relaxed as before. Shenyuan Rain Demon, Lan Mao, and King Luo Bin had also used all their skills. It wasn't easy to suppress the 3 of them. The water of the Luo River comes from the heavens. The Luo God's light. King Luo Bin held the Luo River in his hand and turned into an endless rainbow, closing in on Tyrant. The Luo God clan was also a great clan in the divine world. Although they were declining in recent years, they were still in existence that made people fear them. The water of the Luo River gushed out. Tyrant retreated as he fought. Shenyuan Rain Demon followed behind and displayed the divine might of the Shenyuan sword art. Shenyuan Sword's Heaven Mark. Although Shenyuan Rain Demon did not have the Shenyuan sword, the Shenyuan family's legendary sword art, the Shenyuan sword art, was incomparably powerful. It tore apart the heaven mark and left behind a sound of sword chi. Shepherd God's Spear. Lan Mao brandished his glowing spear and unleashed his strongest move. They had already been completely suppressed by Tyrant. If they continued to cower in fear, they would only be asking for trouble. Under the combined strength of the three of them, they were actually able to resist the attack of the God-suppressing tablet. The Luo God clan, Shepherd clan, and Shenyuan clan weren't clans with an undeserved reputation. The God-suppressing tablet was powerful, but the three of them were not to be underestimated. The Shepherd God's light, Shenyuan Tian Hen, and the Shepherd God's spear almost completely resisted the God-suppressing tablet. The four of them were in a stalemate. The scene was extremely chaotic, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Finally found them. At this moment, several figures appeared in front of the Vulture Cave. They were Spiritual Master Wu Yin, Spiritual Master Shin Yin, Spiritual Master Wu De, Wei Xiaolong, and the 7 half-step Divine Emperor Realm experts behind them. At this moment, the entire Vulture Cave became lively again. What a gathering of heroes. Ha! I never thought that there would be so many experts here. It's really enjoyable. Really enjoyable. Wei Xiaolong was excited. Such a magnificent scene was unbelievable. However, he was shocked to see that Jiang Chen was still alive and the red-bone horse ape was severely injured. The rest of the people were the reincarnated living Buddha and the other great monasteries. This was going to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Amitba! Looks like I'm not too late. Wu De Spiritual Master's expression turned solemn. He squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. He knew that the battle had just begun. Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha were fighting passively. The experts of the All-Life Temple had already arrived before them. However, there was no clear winner yet. They still had a chance. Yeah, Jiang Chen is here. The reincarnated living Buddha is also here. Looks like we don't have to run anymore. Today, we will finally end this once and for all. Silent Sound Spiritual Master said. He could not wait to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. At least the God-suppressing tablet would depend on who was more capable. They were unwilling to give in to each other and were unwilling to submit to each other. However, they had to unite against a common enemy. They had to defeat Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha first. Jiang Chen had already offended too many people. He had killed Reverend Yu Yin and Reverend Tian Yin, as well as Reverend Gao Da. He had offended almost everyone here. When Jiang Chen and Tyrant saw the arrival of enlightened Wu Da and the others, their facial expression became extremely gloomy. Now that they were facing a few golden-bodied arhats, they were already in a dilemma. Given the current situation, it would be extremely difficult for them to rush out of the Vulture Cave. These bastards! Why are they all gathered here? Jiang Chen was also helpless. He smiled bitterly and forced a golden-bodied Arhat Yuanda back with a punch. His expression was extremely unsightly. He was confident that he could defeat these people. However, with Reverend Spiritual Master and Silent Sound Spiritual Master, he would be in a difficult situation. It seems like it's time to fight with our lives on the line. Tyrant glanced at Jiang Chen. Back then, he had to fight with his life on the line to preserve his life. However, the strength of those people back then was obviously not as strong as these people. There were also differences in the strength of half-step deity emperors. These people were super experts from the West Pole Divine region, and even from all directions. They were peerless talents and had the support of powerful sections. Just like a golden-bodied Arhat, they could at least fight 3 to 5 half-step deity emperors effortlessly. However, Jiang Chen and Tyrant had nothing. They could only fight with their backs to the wall. Amitba, benefactors and eminent monks, we are late. Reverend Divine Sound said faintly. His words had a profound meaning. Although they were late, they had to get a share of the loot. Let's get rid of these two guys first. Otherwise, none of us will have a good ending. Chapter 3190. Esteemed monks, you've come just in time to help us capture and kill this fiend. Golden Arhat Yuanda glanced at enlightened Master Wu Da and the others. It would not be easy for them to kill Jiang Chen. Although they could suppress him, the outcome was not optimistic. Once enlightened Master Wu Da and the others arrived, Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha would die. That would be their chance. As for who would obtain the God-subduing monument, that would depend on their luck. Now that they were fighting against Jiang Chen together, it was the common belief of many monasteries. Naturally, it was all for the God-subduing monument. Esteemed monks, we'll lend you a hand. Enlightened Master Wu Da sneered. Together with Enlightened Master Wu Yin and Enlightened Master Divine Sound, they quickly joined in the attack against Jiang Chen. They all had a deep grudge against Jiang Chen. As for Wei Xiaolong, he led the people behind him and charged at Tyrant. With so many experts joining in, the danger that Jiang Chen and Tyrant faced increased. Even the Spirit Vulture Cave was filled with the aura of death. Enlightened Master Wu Da and Enlightened Master Divine Sound joined in, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. The 3 golden arhats gave Jiang Chen a great deal of pressure, allowing Enlightened Master Wu Da and the others to fight like fish in water. "Brat, today is the day you die. I'll kill you and avenge my junior brother." Enlightened Master Wu Da held the Buddhist discipline rod in his hand, while Jiang Chen's cold river stone pressed down. Enlightened Master Wu Da was sealed in ice. He roared and broke through the ice, but he was repelled by the cold river stone. Enlightened Master Divine Sound and Enlightened Master Divine Sound exerted all their strength and attacked from the side, wanting to deal a great blow to Jiang Chen. Both of them were repelled by a single punch from Jiang Chen. However, the 3 golden arhats were not so easy to deal with. Jiang Chen was attacked from the front and back, and was repelled by 3 arhat punches. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his aura became much weaker. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and once again displayed the limitless sword. The 14th sword had already reached the state of perfection. Jiang Chen now had to constantly explore and find the essence of the 15th sword in order to gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen transformed himself into a sword. The 12th sword, the 13th sword, and the 14th sword continuously slashed down. A series of limitless sword was constantly deduced. Jiang Chen continued to sublimate in the battle. The sword will became fiercer and the edge of the sword became sharper and sharper. The 15th sword. The 15th sword. The heart bears the sword, the essence of the sword. The 15th sword, the pinnacle of infinity, the heart of the sword, explode. Jiang Chen used his body as a sword, constantly exploring and making breakthroughs in the battle. The sword realm of the 15th sword was finally grasped by Jiang Chen. The essence of the sword Qi, the essence of the sword Dao, the essence of the sword Will. The 15th sword rushed out and swept away the 4 seas. Jiang Chen's sword Will and sword realm had reached another level. Under the 15th sword, the 3 golden-bodied arhats were forced to take a few steps back. Enlightened Wu Da and the other 2 did not dare to face the sharpness of the 15th sword. Jiang Chen's limitless sword had a qualitative leap. Relying on the heavenly dragon sword, it was hard for him to meet a worthy opponent. The might of the 6 people could not shake Jiang Chen at all. "It's time, we can't let this bastard continue to be arrogant," Enlightened Wu Da said in a low voice. He kept his Buddhist discipline rod. His eyes flashed and golden light rippled. The 3 of them also displayed their true skills. They were also golden-bodied arhats and their strength was close to the divine emperor realm. With 6 golden-bodied arhats, Jiang Chen was in a precarious situation. However, his 15th sword had at least made him as stable as Mount Tai. "All of you are golden-bodied arhats? Let's see how long you can last." Jiang Chen held his sword and stood up. What was the difference between 3 golden-bodied arhats and 6 golden-bodied arhats? However, Jiang Chen's 15th sword had truly displayed its full potential. The 6 golden-bodied arhats had completely forced him to retreat and blocked all his escape routes. The Battle of Tianwang Mountain. This was the battle. Compared to the 14th sword, the 15th sword was more incisive and sharper. It allowed the heavenly dragon sword to fly freely, and the sword Qi was frightening as it slashed through the sky. However, the combined might of the 6 golden-bodied arhats was far stronger than the red-bone horse-ape. Even if Jiang Chen had comprehended the 15th sword, he could only guarantee that he would not be crushed. Their current situation was still not optimistic. At this moment, Tyrant was in a more dangerous situation than Jiang Chen. King Luo Bin of the God Luo clan, Dou Bai of the Battle God clan, Lan Mao of the Shepherd clan, Shenyuan Yuma of the Shenyuan clan, Wei Xiaolong of the Tongtian Divine Palace, and the 7 half-step deity emperors. Tyrant was in danger at every step. Even with the God-suppressing monument in his hand, it was still difficult for him to withstand such a powerful attack. Qing Xian was still trapped in the formation by Dou Bai. Although he was not in danger, Tyrant's injuries were gradually worsening. Qing Xian's heart sank once again when she saw that Tyrant was being pressured. This time, it was even more dangerous than the previous attacks. At the critical moment of life and death, Jiang Chen could not escape and could not even protect herself. On the other hand, Tyrant was being besieged, but she could not do anything. She was even more depressed and furious. Shenyuan's sword. Heaven's mock covers the sun. The Shenyuan sword technique swept across the void. The god-suppressing monument resisted with all its might. Shenyuan Yuma was pushed back and looked quite miserable. However, wave after wave of attacks came, completely overwhelming Tyrant. The God Luo clan, the Wood God clan, and the Battle God clan all had their own terrifying techniques. At this moment, the god-suppressing monument was also a little exhausted. After being attacked continuously, Tyrant's aura became more and more unstable. Moreover, he had consumed more than half of his divine origin chi. However, his opponents were not weak at all. Tyrant gritted his teeth, but it was still useless. The god-suppressing monument suppressed one after another. However, there were too many opponents and they were too ferocious. He could only avoid their attacks. Divine Dragon scorches the sun. Wei Xiaolong also rushed to the front line. This time, he did not hide anything. Whoever obtained the god-suppressing monument first would have the upper hand. Now that the god-suppressing monument was in front of them, who wouldn't go crazy? Wei Xiaolong swung the divine dragon tail and the scorching sun scorched the sky. Tyrant squinted his eyes as he was forced back by the fire dragon. The injuries on his body were extremely severe. At the same time, King Luo Bin descended once again. Water and fire fused together. The Luo god's water was like ice and sword, causing Tyrant to suffer unspeakably. Tyrant retreated again and again, but at this moment, he no longer had any path of retreat to speak of. Tyrant was in an even more miserable state than Jiang Chen. His injuries were getting more and more serious. None of these people were ordinary, and he was starting to feel like he was on the verge of losing. Fuck you. I'll fight it out with all of you. God-suppressing monument, eternal Buddha's will. Suppress for me. The god-suppressing monument was forcefully taken out by Tyrant. A strong Buddha aura surged out from it, forcing everyone to retreat. The god-suppressing monument was undoubtedly powerful. Tyrant was also a top-notch expert among the half-step divine emperors. However, there were too many of them. He had no time to deal with them. Even if he managed to force everyone to retreat, they still had to work together to withstand the pressure from the god-suppressing monument. Although it was extremely difficult for them, they were still unable to injure them. Even if they resisted the attacks of the crowd, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. They could not stop the momentum of the onslaught. This kind of pressure had already made Tyrant breathless. Jiang Chen seemed to be unable to fight against the 6 golden-bodied arhats. If this continued, their situation would only become more difficult. At this moment, a strange movement was heard from the Zulong Tower. A deep voice resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Chapter 3191. Good, ha ha ha, this is the perfect time. Jiang Chen laughed and released the fire qilin from the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the fire qilin's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the half-step divine emperor realm. Back then, this fellow had eaten more than half of the medicine-glazed Buddha's medicinal garden. Now, he had finally woken up. However, his appearance could be said to have come at the right time. The flames descended upon the world with a monstrous momentum. Go help the monk. I don't need it yet. Jiang Chen let out a low roar as the fire qilin flew across the sky, directly stepping over everyone's heads. The terrifying scorching waves were practically unstoppable. Looks like the fire qilin that has advanced to the half-martial monarch realm has undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Just as expected, flames surged out from the fire qilin and no one dared to take a step forward. Everyone's expressions became extremely solemn. The strength of this fire qilin was almost equal to that of Tyrant. Now that the fire qilin had appeared, their battle would become even more difficult. The fire qilin's might was boundless. Flames rushed into the heavens, making everyone tremble with fear. After all, this fellow was a true ancient divine beast. Who dared to look down on it? Ordinary fire qilins and human experts of the same strength would be crushed without a doubt. Even the appearance of a fire qilin had cast a haze over everyone's hearts. Samadhi true fire. The fire qilin stepped on the air, soaring high up into the sky. True fire descended, blazing waves of heat rolled in the air, causing Shenyuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin and the others to not dare to face it head-on. The flames wreaked havoc. No one dared to provoke it. The fire Qilin's powerful return had not only digested the immortal herbs and spirit medicines in the alchemist's glazed Buddha medicine garden, but it had also transformed its strength. This was the most terrifying aspect of the fire Qilin. With its inherited memories, the fire Qilin was not inferior to any of the ancient divine beasts and ferocious beasts. Right now, he had only just begun to reveal his talent. Good heavens! Tyrant's eyes lit up. The fire Qilin's might had given him a lot of confidence. With the two of them working together, they were able to completely block everyone's attacks. For a moment, they fell into a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. Not good. With those two fellows joining hands, I'm afraid our days will be even more difficult. Lan Mao said in a low voice. However, in the face of those blazing and ferocious flames, they could only fight and retreat at the same time. For a time, they had fallen into a stalemate. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had fallen into a passive state in the battle against the 6 golden arhats, which gave them some comfort. Jiang Chen's situation was worrying, and it also worried the fire Qilin and Tyrant. Now, it's time for me to perform. 6 golden arhats? If the golden-bodied arhat behind you came, I might be a little afraid, but you guys are not qualified. Jiang Chen swept his sword and retreated. He kept the Sky Dragon sword and slowly condensed sky thunder in his hand. That's heavenly lightning? Venerable Divine Sound said with a solemn face. Looking at the lightning surging in Jiang Chen's hand, his heart was pounding. This guy could actually control the heavenly thunder. It was really shocking. Yes, it's heavenly thunder. What is this guy trying to do? 2 types of heavenly thunder is indeed terrifying, but if he wants to fight against us golden-bodied arhats with just this, he's too naive. Humph, Venerable Wuda said with a cold smile. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he took a step forward, and the light of heavenly thunder also flashed and gathered into a lightning snake, surrounding Jiang Chen's body. The power of heavenly thunder. He's fusing the 2 heavenly thunder. Venerable Yuenda exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed. At that moment, they finally realized what Jiang Chen was trying to do. I've never heard of fusing heavenly thunder together. Even if it's fusing, what can he do? I'd like to see what tricks this guy can play. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are just paper tigers. Venerable Divine Sound said coldly. In their eyes, Jiang Chen no longer had any strength to fight back. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape. With 6 golden-bodied arhats guarding the place, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. At this moment, only Wei Xiaolong's eyes were twitching. He knew that Jiang Chen used the heavenly thunder to kill a half-step divine emperor expert. However, the expert from the Battle God clan was not that strong at that time. Could Jiang Chen's heavenly thunder fusion really have such great power? Although he knew about it, he still wanted to see if this guy had the strength to do so. I'm also very curious. How could this guy control the heavenly thunder? He's really extraordinary. I'll give you this chance. Let's see what you're capable of. Venerable Yuan Qing's eyes turned cold as he waited for Jiang Chen. They had already treated Jiang Chen like a turtle in a jar. It's impossible for him to escape. Why should they be afraid of him? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Back then, Dou Qing didn't even dare to receive the fusion of heavenly lightning. However, it seemed like these talented and bold fellows still wanted to try and see if his fusion of heavenly lightning could pose a threat to them. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength back then was far from what it was now. Hence, the heavenly thunder fusion this time would definitely be terrifying. Even he himself was not sure how terrifying it would be. The Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning gradually fused together. The terrifying power of the lightning was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. At least, everyone could feel the terrifying power fusing together. After the heavenly thunder fusion, it was extremely domineering. The feeling that it could explode at any time made them realize that it was not as simple as they thought it to be. This guy does have some ability. Venerable Wu De murmured. He had to admit that when Jiang Chen fused the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning together, they felt a sense of danger. Hoo! At this moment, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Jia Yu Drought Heavenly Lightning was shot out from his mouth. The moment the 3rd lightning appeared, everyone's facial expression changed. This lightning was much scarier than the previous 2 lightning bolts. Once the 2 lightning bolts fused together, The danger it would bring wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Not good. Enlightened being silent, Ian said immediately. His facial expression changed drastically. The transformation of the third heavenly lightning was not something that anyone could resist. From the initial disdain, to a serious look, and then to the current shock. At least, enlightened being silent, Ian didn't dare to let Jiang Chen fuse the third heavenly lightning together. We must not let him continue fusing the heavenly thunder together. Venerable Wu Da also sensed the danger. They were not stupid. To be able to cultivate to this stage, they were all extremely intelligent. They could tell that the severing drought heavenly thunder was not ordinary. Moreover, Jiang Chen could fuse two heavenly thunder together. The third heavenly thunder must be under his control. Once the fusion was complete, it would be too terrifying. The heavenly thunder was not ordinary. It was a sign of the lightning punishment's death. It was a sign of an expert's breakthrough. It was difficult for anyone to control the heavenly thunder. However, Jiang Chen could control 3 heavenly thunder at the same time. That itself was terrifying. Now that he could fuse 3 heavenly thunder together, it was even more unbelievable. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. Chapter 3192. Now do you know how powerful my heavenly lightning is? Seems like it's a little too late. Jiang Chen said faintly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 heavenly lightning had already fused. At that moment, the 3 heavenly lightning fused into a tricolored lightning snake. Electricity surged and gathered in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen's face turned solemn. The leaping lightning snake was like a ferocious prehistoric beast bearing its fangs, trying to break free from the cage of heaven and earth and wreak havoc in the sky. In that instant, even Jiang Chen felt as if the divine origin energy in his body had been completely drained. The fusion of the 3 heavenly lightning was not an easy task for Jiang Chen. Therefore, he would not use the 3 heavenly lightning unless he had no other choice. However, at this moment, it was already too late and he had no choice but to fight to the death. Jiang Chen knew that if he continued to wait, it would only become more difficult. The fusion of the heavenly lightning turned into a tricolored lotus, blooming with beautiful petals. Lightning flickered faintly, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing everyone's expression to change. Retreat! Venerable Wu Da roared and took the lead to retreat. However, how could Jiang Chen give him the chance to do so? Weren't they clamoring to see how powerful Jiang Chen was after fusing with the heavenly lightning? Now, they had turned into cowards and retreated at the first moment, their faces pale with fright. The other 5 did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. Facing the terrifying fusion of the 3 heavenly lightnings, they finally understood what it meant to truly underestimate one's enemy. They might even pay with their lives, causing everyone to turn pale with fright. However, the 6 golden-bodied arhats, enlightened Master Wu Da and the others who stood at the very front could not escape. It's too late, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile as the heavenly lightning lotus in his hand was unleashed. Like a comet exploding, it spread throughout the entire spirit vulture cave. The 6 golden-bodied arhats were the first to bear the brunt of it. They had no chance of escaping. A gigantic lightning lotus spread out. As it surged, heavenly thunder rumbled, and lightning snakes filled the void. Streaks of white light, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, completely devouring the 6 people. At that moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even Tyrant, Wei Xiaolong, and the others felt their hearts palpitate. They were forced back by this incomparably terrifying fusion of heavenly thunder. Its might was too great, and they were almost implicated. Jiang Chen heaved a long sigh of relief and knelt on one knee. His face was deathly pale. He had almost exhausted all the strength in his body. He was truly exhausted to the point of collapse. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the gradually fading brilliance of the heavenly thunder. The entire spirit vulture cave was already in a mess, but it was not damaged. This was what shocked Jiang Chen the most. As expected of the place where the Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment, it was not to be underestimated. At that moment, everyone felt their throats go dry. The fusion of the 3 heavenly lightning had completely defeated the 6 golden-bodied arhats. When the lightning and thunder stopped, everyone raised their heads in anticipation. However, of the 6 golden-bodied arhats, only 3 were left, and they were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Perfected Master Yuenda, Perfected Master Wuda, and Perfected Master Wuin's bodies were riddled with holes. The severity of their injuries almost caused their souls to dissipate. Their eyes were filled with terror. Venerable Yuan Qing, Venerable Yuan Bao, and Venerable Shen Yin were completely annihilated, their bodies scattered. Isn't Jiang Chen a little too strong? Such a terrifying method. He's simply shameless. Yeah, the fusion of the heavenly lightning, I don't even dare to think about it. Before the heavenly lightning could fuse together, I might have been struck to death by the heavenly lightning. This guy is really dancing alone. I have to say, this guy has exceeded all of our expectations. Even so, his current strength has been greatly reduced. The entire Great Snow Mountain spiritual vulture cave was dead silent. This Jiang Chen was too terrifying. At this moment, no one dared to act recklessly. Damn it, how does the fusion of my heavenly lightning feel? Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Venerable Yuan Da and the other two. The three of them hated Jiang Chen to the core, and their faces were extremely ugly. Their current strength was not even a tenth of their original strength. Yuan Qing, Venerable Yuan Bao, and Venerable Shen Yin were completely annihilated just because their strength was slightly weaker than the three of them. One could imagine the trembling in their hearts. The current you should be an arrow at the end of its flight. You might not be any better than us, Venerable Yuan Da said coldly. At this moment, they had nothing to be afraid of. They were already seriously injured and on the verge of death, but Jiang Chen's strength had also been depleted. In addition to his previous injuries, his current situation might not be any better than theirs. Most importantly, the Fire Qilin and the reincarnated living Buddha were quite difficult to deal with. Fire Qilin, fight with me. Let's kill all of these guys. Little Chenzi has protected us for so long. Now it's time for us to kill a path of blood for him. Tyrant said bare-chested, his eyes extremely gloomy. Today, I'm going to start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. Buddha said that if I don't enter hell, who will? Since I'm going to the 18 levels of hell, I'll start with you guys. Tyrant looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin growled and nodded heavily. All right. One man and one beast charged towards each other. At this moment, their momentum had completely blocked Shen Yuan Rain Demon and the others. However, at this moment, both sides were evenly matched. No one could do anything to the other. The Fire Qilin was strong, while Tyrant was ferocious. However, the other party was not to be trifled with. Wei Xiaolong, Shen Yuan Rain Demon, Dou Bai, Lan Mao, King Luo Bin, and 7 half-step divine emperors. This force was quite terrifying. It would be quite difficult to break this peace in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was constantly recovering his strength. The myriad chi body had greatly improved his condition. Jiang Chen had to recover as soon as possible so that he could help the Fire Qilin and Tyrant. At this moment, Jiang Chen had a feeling that something else was going to happen. He was most afraid that someone would come after the cicada while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The battle between the Fire Qilin and Tyrant had been going on for a long time. However, the two of them had fallen into a passive position. After all, the other party had too many people and each of them had different tricks up their sleeves. If they could not force the other party to retreat as soon as possible, they could only rely on their own tricks. However, at this moment, the thing that Jiang Chen was worried about finally happened. Because at this moment, a few extremely powerful figures broke through the sky and appeared in front of the Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave. Amitba! 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 All the eminent monks have suffered. This poor monk has arrived. The demons have nowhere to hide. A monk in a golden kasaya chanted the name of Buddha with one hand and said solemnly. Beside him, there was another person with similar strength. Behind him, there were 4 half-step divine emperors. It's you! Enlightened Master Wu Da's expression froze and his breathing became rapid. These people were none other than Reverend Jia Nan and Reverend Ah Nan from Kasayapa Temple. Kasayapa Temple was only inferior to the Great Lei Temple and Little Lei Temple, as well as the Wisdom Temple. After the Great Lei Temple was destroyed, the Little Lei Temple did not care about the mortal world. The only force that could compete with Kasayapa Temple was the Wisdom Temple. Chapter 3193. It had to be said that the appearance of Reverend Jia Nan and Reverend Ah Nan had changed the situation. Jiang Chen no longer had any chance of winning. Their good days were finally here. It was a pity that the God-suppressing monument was not destined to be theirs. The Kasayapa Temple was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The final victory was already theirs. Amitabha. Reverend Wu De pays his respects. Reverends, this humble monk Jianan will definitely send all of you back to the temple. You will not be invaded by the demons. Reverend Jianan said calmly. However, at this moment, it was clear that he had announced his arrival. Everything here had nowhere to hide. The reincarnated living Buddha is truly a peerless demon. I, Reverend Anan, will not tolerate this. If you convert to Buddhism and follow me to the Kasayapa temple to receive the precepts for 10,000 years, Buddha might spare your life. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. Buddha can forgive all living beings. As long as you are willing to put down the butcher's knife, everything will be settled. Unfilial son, surrender and be captured. Amitabha. Reverend Anand's eyes were like torches as he looked at Tyrant and the Fire Qilin. At this moment, their expressions turned ugly. Even Wei Xiaolong, Shen Yuan Rain Demon, and the others were delighted. However, even though they had the upper hand, they had no fate with the God-suppressing monument. Even though these people were reinforcements, they had to be compensated. Otherwise, why would they be willing to sacrifice themselves? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. After all his calculations, he was still one step behind. He had not seen these two fellas in the illusion of the Great Lei Yin Temple. However, their appearance here made his heart sink. However, even Reverend Wu Da and the others did not look too good. These fellas were not to be underestimated. At this moment, Tyrant and the Fire Qilin were extremely respectful. The real danger had just begun. What if I refuse? Tyrant Lung Lung said. What difference was there between these sanctimonious fellas and Reverend Wu Da and the others? Which one of them did not do it for their God-suppressing monument? They claimed to be upholding justice, but they were blinded by greed. After the collapse of the Buddha world, there was no one upholding justice anymore. The entire divine world was in a desperate situation. What was true justice? What is true morality? Power. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the harder your fist was, the greater the truth. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then I can only say that you don't know what's good for you. Buddha will never forgive you. After killing so many people, Buddha is merciful, so I advised you to convert completely and return to Kasayapa Temple with me to receive your precepts. But you are stubborn. I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven for all the injustice and injustice in the world. My Buddhism will not allow a stubborn person like you to exist. You have killed countless people and still do not repent. You are not worthy of the 2 words Buddhism. Anand said disdainfully, belittling Tyrant even more. At this time, he had already given Tyrant the best choice, but he still didn't know how to repent. In that case, they could only use force to settle this. Amitabha, that's all I have to say. Tyrant, today is the day of your parinirvana. Jianan looked at Tyrant coldly and said in a deep voice. Their strength was even stronger than Venerable Wu Da after he displayed his Arhat golden body. When the 2 of them joined forces, no one could stop them. Even Shen Yuan Yuma and the others could only avoid them, not daring to steal their limelight. Let's do it, senior brother. This bastard won't listen to our advice. We can only send him to hell to repent. Humph, Anand clenched his fists, ready to fight at any time. All right. Jianan and Anan quickly joined the battle. The 2 of them used thunderous methods to force Tyrant and the Fire Qilin back. Terrifying waves of air rolled out. The strength of Jianan and Anan had even exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. The 2 of them were already infinitely close to the Emperor realm. They weren't any weaker than the golden-bodied Arhat. In fact, they were even stronger. Tyrant and the Fire Qilin couldn't withstand their attacks at all. Almost in an instant, the scales of victory tilted in their favor. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. They would surely be killed by the 2 venerables of Kasayapa Temple if this went on. His current strength could not be restored to its peak. He only had 20% to 30% of it left. Trying to repel him? It was impossible for him to defeat them. Even if he used the heavenly lightning fusion again, it would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Jiang Chen could only hope that Tyrant and the Fire Qilin could last a little longer. Once he recovered to 70% of his strength, Jiang Chen was confident that he could repel these 2 fellows. However, time waits for no man. In the end, Jiang Chen's prediction didn't come true. Tyrant was defeated like a landslide. Even the God-suppressing monument couldn't protect him. He was repeatedly injured by Jianan, and his body started to deteriorate. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Jianan was. Most importantly, Jianan had an incomparably powerful Buddha bead in his hand. Jiang Chen noticed it, and so did Tyrant. If it wasn't for that terrifying Buddha bead, Tyrant wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. On the other side, Wei Xiaolong, Shen Yuan Yuma, and the others also quickly caught up. They didn't give Tyrant any chance. At this moment, the Fire Qilin was in a terrible state. However, the Fire Qilin's divine beast body could withstand powerful attacks. This was something that Tyrant didn't have. However, the tragic state of the two made Jiang Chen's eyes turn extremely cold. He had to find an opportunity to attack. Otherwise they would definitely die. "Damn it, I'll kill all of you here," Jiang Chen said coldly in his heart. As time passed, Tyrant was on the verge of death. However, he still held the God-suppressing monument in his hand. At this moment, Jiang Chen had quietly and invisibly set up a protective formation. Once the formation was activated, it would be able to withstand the attack of a divine emperor expert for at least 30 minutes. This was the last time that Jiang Chen could buy for them. Once he entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen was very worried that these guys would see through him. These people weren't ordinary people. Jiang Chen didn't dare to release the Zulong Tower. If his strength wasn't enough to support the Zulong Tower, they would be in an extremely difficult situation. Therefore, the last thing he could do was to set up a protective formation. Tyrant and the Fire Qilin were already seriously injured. Jiang Chen continued to exert his strength. He wanted to snatch these two people away in an instant. This was his ultimate goal. "Go to hell. You don't deserve to be a disciple of Buddhism." Reverend Anand shouted angrily. The Buddhist beads in his hand turned and the sky changed color. The beads directly crushed down. Tyrant was injured once again and spurted out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Qing Xian also broke free from the formation. However, he was directly thrown into the protective formation by Jiang Chen. Great Void Technique. Jiang Chen displayed the Great Void Technique and directly flew across the sky. He threw the seriously injured Fire Qilin and Tyrant into the protective formation. Then he retreated step by step. "You're about to die, yet you still want to save people. Do you really think that you can escape from the palm of our hands?" Reverend Jianan said faintly with a hint of contempt in his eyes. At this moment, they were only delaying their deaths. Chapter 3194. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood proudly and stared at everyone coldly. He had actually rescued Tyrant and the Fire Qilin from under everyone's eyes and threw them into the formation behind him. This scene caused everyone's spirits to rise. Could it be that this fellow still had the strength to fight? At least, enlightened Master Wu Da and the others did not believe that Jiang Chen was on the brink of death. He was struggling on the brink of death. If he were to make a move now, it would only be a forceful struggle. It was impossible for him to change the outcome of the battle. Although the 6 golden-bodied arhats were heavily injured, Jiang Chen did not gain any advantage either. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to turn the tide now. No matter how strong he was, it would be useless. Does he really think he's the savior? Humph. He's still struggling on his deathbed even at this moment. It's undeniable that Jiang Chen's strength is extraordinary, but he no longer has a chance. At least, Kasayapa Temple will not give him any chance. He's not qualified to protect the reincarnated living Buddha. Let's see how Kasayapa Temple will deal with this kid. I can't wait to see that bastard Jiang Chen get punished by the experts of Kasayapa Temple and die without a burial place. Do Bai and the others spoke one after another, taking pleasure in Jiang Chen's misfortune. Given Jiang Chen's strength, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Therefore, they did not have to worry about any accidents happening. However, the chance of getting the reincarnated living Buddha was too slim. Kasayapa Temple was the strongest force in the world and no one dared to go against them. You're a centipede, but you won't fall even if you die. Do you still want to go against us? Humph. Venerable Anand said coldly and glanced at Jiang Chen. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. A late hierarch realm expert was nothing in front of them. Moreover, he was seriously injured. Even if he could still fight, how much trouble could he cause? To the people of Kasayapa Temple, Jiang Chen's appearance was just an interlude. The person who could really change the situation would not be a defeated general like him. Little Chenzi, Tyrant said with a gloomy face. He was extremely worried. Jiang Chen had saved him, but what should he do? Jiang Chen was already exhausted when he faced the 6 golden-bodied Arhats. How could he still have the strength to fight now? Now that Jiang Chen was fighting all by himself, it was almost certain that this was a fight to the death. However, Tyrant didn't want to see this scene. For them, this might be Jiang Chen's final battle. Although Tyrant didn't want to think this way, the result wasn't hard to imagine. Both he and Jiang Chen were on the verge of death, so who would come and save them? Was it God? Don't worry. I won't die so soon. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. On the other hand, Tyrant felt extremely sad. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Chen wouldn't have ended up in such a difficult situation, and he was almost killed by someone. With his current strength, he would be able to look down upon the entire world, and any sect would be eager to recruit him. However, because of him, Jiang Chen's bright future had been wasted, and he was now trapped in a dangerous situation. Tyrant knew that he should not think so much. After all, Jiang Chen was his brother. But this was an indisputable fact. It was him who had harmed Jiang Chen and pulled him closer to this hopeless situation. Tyrant's heart was filled with guilt. I won't die, but you can't change the current situation, Jianan said faintly. He looked coldly at Jiang Chen. He did not expect that the most inconspicuous guy would make a move at this time. Jiang Chen's great void technique had really shocked them. He moved like lightning and his figure was blurred. No one could catch him. That might not be the case, Jiang Chen said coldly. Jianan's confidence seemed to be innate. On the contrary, they treated Jiang Chen as if it was an incomparably ordinary thing. How much ability could a person who was about to die have? Amitba, are you really not afraid of death? Jianan smiled faintly. Jiang Chen's decisiveness made him see a devil living in the depths of his heart. This guy would not be easy to deal with. He would not give up until he reached the Yellow River. As long as he was still breathing, he would definitely not surrender to them. Jiang Chen was not afraid of death. He could see a hint of disdain in Jiang Chen's eyes. This was what shocked Jianan the most. Could it be that this guy really wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate to save the reincarnated living Buddha? He was really overestimating himself. I won't die, Jiang Chen said in an incomparably serious manner. He looked coldly at the crowd. Jiang Chen, do you really think that you're an unrivaled hero? Humph. You're a lunatic. You're an idiot. This clearly has nothing to do with you, yet you insist on getting involved. You're clearly an expert invited by the All-Life Temple, yet you insist on making a mistake. Now that you're about to die, you still don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're really a complete fool. Reverend Yuan sneered. Along the way, Jiang Chen should not have become the helper of the reincarnated living Buddha. He shouldn't have stood on the opposite side of them. However, reality was incomparably cruel. He walked step by step towards the abyss. No one could save him. What's the use of speaking in such a dignified manner? Who can stop me from doing what I want? You guys don't even have the qualifications to clean up my brother's mess. What capabilities do you have to point fingers here? Haven't all of you been defeated by me before? Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Reverend Yuan Da's expression was gloomy. Jiang Chen was indeed too domineering. All of them had been defeated by Jiang Chen. This matter was truly shameful and shameful. If the experts from the Kasayapa Temple did not intervene, perhaps you could really be the final winner. However, things don't turn out as you wish. The experts from the Kasayapa Temple will definitely let you know who the final victor is. Remember, the devil grows 1 foot higher, and the righteous grows 10 feet higher. Evil will never prevail over the righteous. You will never be able to defeat us. Reverend Silence's expression was gloomy. Although they were not the ones who defeated Jiang Chen would definitely die. They, on the other hand, would be able to live. This was the best outcome. You speak as if you're the embodiment of righteousness. Then why are you so weak? Do you still need to rely on others? The reincarnated living Buddha has fallen into the hands of others, and you have no right to fight for the God-suppressing monument. Yet you're still so arrogant and happy. Perhaps when you return to your sex, the pressure and punishment you'll have to endure won't be any better, right? You're all so happy now. I think you're the ones who think too highly of yourselves. A bunch of people who only know how to talk. Trash is trash. The divine realm is supreme. Being weak is the original sin. In my eyes, Which one of you isn't a pile of trash? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's gaze was piercingly cold. Reverend Silence and the others blushed and were speechless. These fellows were all gloating. However, what Jiang Chen said was the truth. When they returned, the punishment they would receive would probably be more severe than their current injuries. Not only did they not obtain the final victory, but other than the Kasayapa temple, which faction did not suffer heavy losses. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Chen. Trying to make a fuss? It seems that you're only the... Today, I will definitely make you die without a burial ground. Evil will never prevail over righteousness. Chapter 3195. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The experts of the Kasayapa temple had waited until the last moment to make their move. They were extremely patient. After all, no one could be sure that there would not be other experts lying in wait after them. However, now that all the great temples had gathered here, it was already a foregone conclusion that they would be the final victors. Amitba, you're right. In the immortal world, strength is everything. There's no other reason. Being weak is the original sin. You're the same. It won't be long before you become the first person to die here. Reverend Jianan said coldly. Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere and stood in their way. Only by sweeping away all the obstacles in their way could they have the last laugh. To them, Jiang Chen was just an arrogant and mischievous person. It was impossible for him to change the current situation. He did not have the ability to do so, nor did he have the vigor to do so. Currently, he was heavily injured. It was already not easy for him to pull Tyrant away in front of Reverend Jianan and the others. However, if he wanted to save all of them, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Monk catch. Jiang Chen did not care about them. He casually threw the Sarira to Tyrant. In an instant, a powerful divine origin energy filled the entire vulture cave. Tyrant looked at the Sarira in his hand with a dumbfounded expression. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying this Sarira was. Tyrant couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This Sarira was completely different from the ones he had seen in the past. There was no need to mention the surging divine origin energy. The most terrifying thing was that the Sarira had an incomparably powerful and auspicious force, which was the so-called Buddhist charm. It was continuous and endless. If he could devour this Sarira, he would definitely undergo a great transformation. His strength was secondary. Once he could obtain the incomparably powerful Buddhist aura within the Sarira, he would definitely be able to soar into the sky and completely surpass his own strength. What a terrifying Sarira! This Taoist Wuda's complexion was ashen. When the relic appeared, everyone's eyes lit up, even with a hint of blood. Because of the powerful Buddhist aura within the relic, everyone felt that it was most likely a relic left behind by a bodhisattva. Taoist Wuda had seen the relic left behind by an Arhat ancestor in his own temple, but it was far from being as pure and terrifying as this relic. That incomparably majestic Buddhist aura made them feel a sense of carefreeness all over their bodies. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen and Tyrant with a gloomy expression. Both of them were simply clowns. Even if they were the ones who obtained such a terrifying Sarira, they wouldn't dare simply devour it. If they did, their bodies would explode and they would die from it. Where did you get this Sarira? Spiritual Master Silence shouted in a deep voice, staring straight at Jiang Chen. Who cares where I'm from? What right do you have to question me? A pile of trash. Jiang Chen said disdainfully and turned to look at Tyrant. This is our last chance. If you can completely swallow the Sarira and recover your strength, we might be able to get out of here. Jiang Chen's words moved Tyrant. It went without saying how precious this Sarira was, but Jiang Chen actually gave it to him without hesitation. Moreover, this was their last hope. There was no need for words between brothers. We won't die. We definitely won't die. Tyrant held the Sarira tightly in his hand. This was their last hope. As long as he could break through, everything would turn for the better. Even Jianan took a deep breath. The value of this Sarira might not be lower than that of the God-suppressing monument. If they obtained this Sarira, they might be able to make a better choice. We definitely can't let him swallow that Sarira. We are determined to get this Sarira. Jianan glanced at Annan, who was beside him, and the latter nodded his head. Their chance had come. They didn't expect that they would obtain such a powerful Sarira together with the God-suppressing monument at the last moment. They reckoned that this Saraira was at least left behind by a Buddhist supremacy at the level of Bodhisattva. It couldn't be underestimated. Once they obtained it, it would definitely become the sect's treasure. Kid, it seems like you have a lot of treasures on you. I want this Saraira. Nan squinted his eyes and looked lang-lang at Jiang Chen, ready to attack at any time. Then you can try. Let's see who can get past me, Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen stood proudly. No one should even think about getting past the protective array. You're just a stubborn fool, Jianan said in a deep voice. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and directly charged towards Jiang Chen in an attempt to break through his protective array. Both of them used 70% of their strength and directly pressed against the array. Two terrifying palm prints fell from the sky and hit Jiang Chen's protective array, but it didn't even cause any ripples. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Wasn't Jiang Chen's protective array too abnormal? Even the two great experts of Kasayapa Temple couldn't break this protective array together. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's strength was already less than 10% of his original strength. How could he still withstand such a terrifying array? Reverend Wu Yin and the others watched this scene silently. They even found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen was a freak. He was really surprising and shocking. This protective array was actually so sturdy. I didn't expect that we've underestimated you. This protective array does have some tricks up its sleeves. Reverend Jianan's expression was cold, but his heart was in turmoil. However, he couldn't show it at this moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for them to mess up their formation. If those guys wanted to take advantage of the chaos and take advantage of it, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. After all, although Reverend Wu Yin and Reverend Wu Da's strength was greatly reduced, Shen Yuan Umo and the others still had the strength to fight. They had no choice but to consider everything carefully. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Nan exchanged glances. They understood that they had to use their true strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to break the formation. I'd like to see how long you can last. This formation needs you to support it. Your strength is the best proof. Ha ha! Reverend Nan laughed. Only then did everyone calm down. After all, Jiang Chen's current strength was too weak. If he wanted to support such a powerful protective array, he would definitely need to put his life on the line. But could he really last until the end? That might not be the case. Then continue with your performance. Jiang Chen swallowed a mouthful of turbid air. His internal organs were in turmoil. Reverend Nan was right. Jiang Chen couldn't avoid this. He needed to support the protective array with his strength. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Chapter 3196. Even if you kill that bastard, you must dig out the Saraira from his body. We must not let him taint the supreme treasure of our Buddhist sect, Jianan said with a cold expression. Reverend Jianan said with a cold expression. Even though he was just killing someone, he still made it sound so noble and righteous. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer at him. You bunch of shameless fellows. When the monk wakes up, all of you will definitely be killed by him. Jiang Chen said confidently. That will depend on whether he can last until then. No, it should depend on whether you can last until then. If you want to kill the reincarnated living Buddha, you must die first. Jianan and Jiang Chen stared at each other. He could no longer stand Jiang Chen, that bastard. He must kill him as soon as possible. The Saraira, the reincarnated living Buddha, the God-suppressing tablet, he wanted all of them. Jianan and Jianan attacked again. This time, they used almost 90% of their strength to fight against Jiang Chen's guardian formation. At that moment, the guardian formation was continuously attacked by the two of them. Buddhist seals shot out in all directions and surged up, engulfing the entire vulture cave. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. As the attacks landed on the guardian formation, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely ugly. Whether the guardian formation could last or not depended on whether Jiang Chen could. Jiang Chen's strength was continuously depleted by the two of them. At one point, he was in a difficult situation. The two of them cancelled each other out, which allowed the guardian formation to last until the very last moment. Time ticked by. Jiang Chen had endured for 7 days and 7 nights. His face had also turned from red to pale. If it wasn't for the myriad chi body as his foundation, not only would Jiang Chen recover, he would also be on his own. At that moment, Even Jianan and Jianan's strength had been depleted by Jiang Chen. Even Dao Master Wu Yin and the others had recovered half of their strength. However, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to resist the attacks of the two of them. If this continued, Jiang Chen would not be able to last for more than a day. Break! Blazing fury burned in Jianan's eyes as he unleashed all of his abilities. However, Jiang Chen's defensive formation remained impregnable. Every time it looked like it was about to break, Jiang Chen would forcibly hold on. 4 stars Dou formation technique. When Jiang Chen used the Dou formation technique, he could at most hold on for a day. Now it was up to the monk to recover. Rumble! Loud noises reverberated throughout the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. All the snow on the mountains within a 10,000-mile radius was shaken off, forming avalanches. It was a spectacular sight. However, everyone in the Spirit Vulture Cave was extremely shocked. The fact that Jiang Chen could hold on until now was beyond everyone's expectations. This guy was really risking his life. What a great 4 stars Dou formation technique. Venerables, let me lend you a hand. No one understands the Dou formation technique of my Battle God clan better than me. Ha! Doubai sneered and took a step forward. With him around, the 4 stars Dou formation technique would definitely not allow Jiang Chen to hold on for too long. Bastard! Qing Xian's face darkened as he roared angrily. This bastard was really everywhere. He was abominable. Thank you, Benefactor Dou. Jianan's eyes lit up. The experts of the Battle God clan had always been known for their formations. Moreover, the Battle God clan had always been known as the #1 formation sect in the divine world. Although they had declined over the years, the foundation of the formation was still there. With the addition of Dou Bai, there would be more confidence in breaking Jiang Chen's defensive formation. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen was fearless and said coldly. The appearance of Dou Bai would definitely reduce his Dou formation technique. At most, he would only be able to hold on for half a day. However, Jiang Chen must not show the slightest bit of fear. Otherwise, they would become even more aggressive. He only needed to defend the formation and buy enough time for Tyrant. Jiang Chen glanced at Tyrant. His current strength had undergone a great change. It seemed that the Sarira was of great benefit to him. Moreover, there were no adverse reactions or situations where his body would explode. Jiang Chen was satisfied with this. Venerables, let's attack together. I will guide you to the flaws of the formation. We will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Dou Bai narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. He was not aiming for the treasure. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, he would be satisfied. Brother Dou, I'm afraid that you still don't know that the 3 experts of your Battle God clan have all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. At that moment, Wei Xiaolong of the Tongtian Divine Residence took a step forward and said in a low voice, "It's you. It's really you." Dou Bai's eyes were cold and he was furious. He had long suspected that it was Jiang Chen. However, he did not have any evidence. Otherwise, why would the experts of his Battle God clan disappear for no reason? Dead. They were really dead. Although he was unwilling to accept this fact, Wei Xiaolong would not lie, especially at this moment when they were facing the same enemy. I am Wei Xiaolong of the Tongtian Divine Residence. Tongxian Mansion was the divine residence where Jiang Chen was. This guy did not only disrespect his seniors, but also wreaked havoc in Tongxian Mansion. Even the 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan who came to help were killed. I don't think I need to explain this point. Brother Dou should know about it. This guy is a shameless and despicable person. Now that the 4 great divine palaces have put him on the wanted list, this guy is destined to not have a good ending. Now that I think about it, dying here at the hands of Brother Dou Bai and the others should be a worthy death. Wei Xiaolong said with a righteous expression. At this moment, Dou Bai's anger had reached its peak. Dou Qing was his elder, and he was the one who had nurtured him greatly. But now, he was killed by Jiang Chen. The anger in Dou Bai's heart was completely ignited. It's me. So what? 3 trash like you. It doesn't matter if they die. There's no reason for me to spare their lives since they wanted to kill me. Jiang Chen said coldly. This Wei Xiaolong is also a shameless guy. Looks like I'll have to get rid of them if I have the chance. There's nothing good in the Tongtian Divine Residence. Jiang Chen, I'll turn you into ashes and take revenge for my uncle. Ugh. Dou Bai's long white hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Doubai soared into the sky and appeared at the forefront. He would kill Jiang Chen even if he was a moth flying into the flame. His hatred was so deep that it was irreconcilable. Doubai had gone completely mad. With the addition of Doubai, the momentum of the trio breaking the formation became more and more obvious. It was already a miracle that Jiang Chen could hold on. Jiang Chen, you must hold on. Chapter 3197. I'm back. Boundless Buddha aura energy gushed out continuously from Tyrant's body, spreading to every corner of his body. The Buddha aura energy was like an unparalleled faith. It was the will of Buddha, the power of all living beings in the Buddha world. Ever since Tyrant swallowed the Saraira, his mind had become extremely clear, because he knew how frightening this Saraira was. It was highly possible that his body would explode and kill him. Therefore, he had made all the necessary preparations. Even if he was going to die, he wanted to die before Jiang Chen did. Tyrant's heart was filled with killing intent. When Jiang Chen gave him the Saraira, Tyrant had already decided that he would never let little Chenzi down. He had even placed all his hopes on Tyrant. This was trust, and it was also the silent affection between brothers. No one could understand the brotherly affection between the two. They both wanted to leave the hope of life to each other, to the person they cared about the most. In the eyes of the Tyrant monk, the essence of the Buddhist charm within the Saraira was like a boundless mind power that could make his Buddhist charm even stronger, make his heart as clear as a mirror, and allow his realm to undergo a qualitative transformation. Tyrant continued to absorb the Sarairas. His strength did not improve at all, but his soul realm improved by leaps and bounds. From a half-step divine emperor to a mid-divine emperor, it was an indescribable leap. It was far more terrifying than the increase in his strength. Tyrant's body trembled. Tyrant's body trembled. The Buddhist aura essence within the Saraira allowed Tyrant to improve his soul realm again and again, changing his control over the Buddhist aura. It was like a sublimation of his thoughts, a true transformation. Tyrant felt that his eyes could sweep across the 6 worlds, and he could even see through the heavens and the earth. He could see through all the illusions around him, and he could see the greed, anger, and evil in the world. He could see the flow of time like a flowing river. Is this the benefit of improving my soul realm? Tyrant murmured in his heart. At this moment, the Saraira in his body had completely disappeared, turning into an invisible force of Buddha charm, spreading to every part of Tyrant's body. This soul-stirring feeling made him incomparably carefree, joyful, and excited. Tyrant's strength did not increase by much, but he was able to see through evil spirits and see through the hearts of humans. There was no doubt that the Saraira was powerful. Waves of shock surged in Tyrant's heart. He couldn't believe that the Saraira could actually bring him such great benefits. Just whose Saraira could it be? Was it an Arhat emissary? Or was it a bodhisattva worshipped by tens of thousands of people? Or was it an almighty expert of the Buddha world? Tyrant did not know any of these, but he was very clear about one thing. After fusing with the Saraira, he had been reborn, and he was no longer the Tyrant of the past. In the future, his vision would be higher, and his strength would be stronger. He would stand at the peak of the Buddha world, and he would look at the masses. Amitabha, thank you, Buddha. Tyrant's heart was filled with gratitude. Having Buddha in one's heart was true devotion. This is the last attack. Let me see how much strength you have to resist us. Doubai roared and charged forward. The defensive formation that Jiang Chen had set up was already riddled with holes. With the addition of Doubai, the formation was getting more and more difficult, and it could collapse at any time. Jiang Chen had used his own body as the formation, which was why he was able to hold on until now. It could be said that he had exchanged his life for this period of time. No matter what the final result would be, Jiang Chen would have no regrets. He believed that Tyrant would not disappoint him. Get lost! Jiang Chen roared in anger, and he threw a punch. The thunderous punch shook the surroundings, and the defensive formation turned into ripples and dispersed. Doubai's face turned pale, and he staggered backwards. Jiang Chen was no exception, and he also slowly retreated, and he almost fell down. He had already used all his strength, and this was his last attack. It was no longer important whether he could stop them, and Jiang Chen had done what he should do. You lost in the end. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, although I can't kill you, and I can't take revenge for my uncle and the 2 seniors of the Battle God clan, you won't be any better off. You will definitely die an ugly death. Humph. Doubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he was also an arrow at the end of its flight, just like Jiang Chen. However, he had a way out, and Jiang Chen had no way out. You can't kill me in the end. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Doubai. The people of the Battle God clan are a bunch of trash, and you are no exception. You, trying to win with words, is this what you are capable of? Now it seems that you are only so. No matter how strong you are, what's the use? Aren't you still going to be cannon fodder? Do you think that you can change everything with your determination? Pooh, Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. But I, Doubai, will not die. I will watch you die slowly, ha ha ha. Doubai said arrogantly. He had already tried his best to help the two reverends of the Kasayapa temple to break the formation as soon as possible. This was the only thing he could do, and it was also the only way to change the situation. He wanted Jiang Chen to die without a burial, and he wanted the seniors of the Battle God clan to die without any regrets, so that they would no longer be wandering ghosts. Benefactor Dou, step aside. It's time for us to act. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Nan took advantage of the situation, and the two powerful attacks completely forced back Jiang Chen. At this moment, the protective formation finally vanished completely, turning into dust. No one can stop the footsteps of the Kasayapa temple, Reverend Jianan said Lung Leng. His eyes were like torches, and he locked gazes with Jiang Chen, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. The weak will never have the qualifications to stand here. Reverend Nan took a step forward, and his palm turned into lightning. As it roared, it sent Jiang Chen flying. Jiang Chen attacked with his palm, retreating in order to advance. Every step he took was filled with danger, and he was already in an extremely miserable state. Reverend Nan had already decided to kill Jiang Chen. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. If it wasn't for him, they would have already succeeded. However, he had set up a protective formation, and persisted for 7 days and 7 nights, which was extremely exhausting for them. Golden light and Buddhist light surged as Reverend Nan approached Jiang Chen again. Terrifying waves of qi caused the entire spirit vulture cave to be incomparably hot and oppressive. Everyone silently muttered in their hearts and sighed. Is Jiang Chen, the devil in human form, the reincarnated Buddha, finally going to die? His attacks surged, domineeringly dominating the world. Life and death hung by a thread. It was a matter of life and death. Boom! An incomparable Buddhist aura rippled out, and a white figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Reverend Nan's attack. The oppressive force in the entire spirit vulture cave vanished. Chapter 3198. Tyrant's figure appeared in the void and slowly descended. He casually waved his palm and Buddhist aura leisurely dissipated Reverend Nan's attack. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned grave as they looked at Tyrant from afar. This fellow has finally recovered his strength. Such a terrifying aura. Although his strength is still at the half-step Divine Emperor level, I feel that this fella is several times stronger than before. That's right. His strength hasn't changed much, but his realm and aura are completely different from before. There's even a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. Could it be that the Saraira has been completely devoured by him? From the looks of it, it seems so. Damn fella, the Saraira has been devoured in the end. Everyone was incomparably shocked, but they were even more furious. That was because the Saraira that they had been longing for had really been devoured by the tyrant monk. Otherwise, how could he have completely recovered his strength in such a short period of time? Moreover, how could he have made such a huge leap in his realm? The current tyrant was like a completely different person compared to the one he had been in the past. I knew it. My brother won't fall so easily, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of gratification. His weight and effort did not go to waste. Tyrant did not disappoint him. At this moment, it was time for him to dominate the world. You've suffered, brother. Tyrant heavily placed his palm on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew that Jiang Chen had risked his life for this, and he could never bring shame to Jiang Chen. He had to teach these guys a good lesson, and he wanted to bury all of them here. Tyrant's palm was placed on Jiang Chen's shoulder heavily. A towering anger erupted from Tyrant's body. This was not the anger that a Buddhist disciple should have. It soared to the sky as if it wanted to incinerate the world. This fella is really abnormal. It seems that we have to join forces again. Wei Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the power that Tyrant had revealed was not something that they could contend with alone. Yeah, it looks like we have to fight side by side again. Jiang Chen can't hold on anymore. This reincarnated living Buddha is their last hope. After killing him, this trip to the Great Lei Yin Temple's dreamland will come to an end. King Luo Bin said in a low voice. Jiang Chen's death was inevitable, but right now, the person they wanted to kill and the person they should deal with was Tyrant. Tyrant was the only person they could deal with. Qing Xian was incomparably emotional. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Tyrant again. That would be the torture of her life. Even if she died, she wanted to die together with Tyrant. Even if the mountains have no edges and the heavens and earth merge, I will not dare to be separated from you. Qing Xuan's heart was filled with hope, and as she watched Tyrant soar into the sky, her hope was reignited. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. He was not surprised that the Tyrant monk would be able to stand up again. He, Jiang Chen, was not a coward. I didn't expect you to really devour the Saraira. Reverend Jianan's face was extremely ugly. The Saraira was supposed to be his, but he didn't expect it to be devoured by Tyrant. How could he not be angry? Jiang Chen resisted with all his might and bought some time for Tyrant, which caused the Saraira to fall into the hands of an evil person. Reverend Jianan's anger started to surge. The Saraira was too precious, but it was ruined by this shameless person. Who wouldn't be angry? Everyone present felt that the Saraira had been devoured by Tyrant, which was a waste of God's gift. Judging from Tyrant's strength, he must have benefited a lot. His aura was much stronger than before, and his realm had a qualitative leap. Although he still hadn't broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, he was no longer the Tyrant monk he used to be. This battle was bound to be very difficult. So what? The Saraira is a sacred object of Buddhism. Of course it belongs to the virtuous. As a disciple of Buddhism, why can't I, Tyrant, have it? Humph, is it the right way of the world for you to get all the good stuff? Is this what you think it should be? What a joke. Ha! Tyrant held the God-suppressing monument in his hand and mounted on his horse. He looked at everyone with disdain, fearless and fearless. He was already prepared to fight with his life on the line. He was someone who had died many times, so why would he be afraid of death? Moreover, with Jiang Chen around, he was even less afraid. His life could be said to have been saved by little Chenzi. He must hold on until the end. Even if he died, he would send Qing Xian and little Chenzi out of the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain, so that they could escape. Amitba! You stubborn fella. How dare you be so full of yourself? You're really a scum of Buddhism. It's a waste of God's gift for the Saraira to fall into your hands. Today, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. What right do you have to be so arrogant here? Reverend Jianan said coldly. He put his palms together and had a confident and calm demeanor. It was as if he was the savior of the world. If he didn't subdue Tyrant, it would be against human nature. Why are you still wasting your breath on a reckless demon like him? Reverend Jianan, you must kill him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Reverend Wuda's face was gloomy. As long as Tyrant and Jiang Chen didn't die, he would feel extremely uneasy. These two fellas had made him suffer countless times along the way. Now, he was the only one left. All the monasteries, with the exception of Kasayapa Temple, had been tormented by Jiang Chen and Tyrant. How could he feel at ease if he didn't kill them? That's right, Reverend Jianan. Now, you're the only ones who can deal with Tyrant and Jiang Chen. Don't hold back. Reverend Wu Yin said sincerely. They were all looking forward to the death of Jiang Chen and Tyrant so that they could leave this place with peace of mind. Otherwise, if they left the Great Lei Yin Temple's illusory realm with their tails between their legs, how would they be able to face the elders and even their brothers in the temple? Tyrant's current strength had greatly increased. Reverend Jianan was also quite angry. However, he wasn't being lenient. The cause of all this was because Jiang Chen had delayed for 7 days and 7 nights. Only then did Tyrant had enough time to devour Tyrant. Both of them must die. Amitba. We only hope that Reverend can help us take revenge. Release the souls of the dead Buddhist disciples from the afterlife, and offer sacrifices to those innocent souls who died in vain. Reverend Yuenda said desolately. However, all of this depended on the people of Kasayapa Temple. They were all looking forward to seeing Jiang Chen and Tyrant die without a burial place. indecisive and reckless. Since you've offended me, tyrant, you can all wait to die. What bullshit, Kasayapa Temple. In my eyes, it's just a pile of trash. Tyrant bellowed angrily. Those who were skilled were bold. After his strength had increased, he became even more confident. He took the initiative to attack, not giving Reverend Jianan and Reverend Ah Nan a chance to attack. The one who made the first move had the upper hand. This was a principle that everyone understood, and Tyrant was no exception. He had to show off his strength to these two fellows. Attack and kill this bastard. This time, I'll see who can save you. Reverend Jianan said coldly. He quickly faced the enemy. However, Tyrant's attack was incomparably powerful. This fellow's morale was like a rainbow, so Reverend Jianan didn't dare to underestimate him. What a terrifying aura. This Buddhist aura is actually so pure. Chapter 3199. Good job, monk. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. At this moment, he knew that everything he had done before was not in vain. Tyrant stood up again, and his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the return of a true expert. Looks like this Saraira is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen thought in his mind. It was the Saraira that gave Tyrant his current strength. Their lives were hanging by a thread, and their lives were in danger. Jiang Chen was worried about them. Jiang Chen placed all his hopes and bets on Tyrant, and it was not without reason. Not to mention whether he could devour the Saraira completely. Even if he devoured it, the effect would not be as good as Tyrant's. There was no distinction between him and Tyrant. Naturally, he would choose to gain the most benefit. Moreover, Tyrant would not be able to protect him. If he were to suffer a serious injury while devouring the Saraira, both of them would definitely die. This scene was within Jiang Chen's calculations, and it was also within his expectations. From the looks of it, Tyrant's power should be enough to put Reverend Jianan and Reverend Ah Nan in a terrible situation. Tyrant did not disappoint Jiang Chen. He was like a ferocious tiger. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Ah Nan fought Tyrant with all their might, but they were forced to retreat again and again. Their current situation could be said to be quite dangerous. Buddha's radiance. Right now, Tyrant's Buddha seal was already countless times stronger than before. Terrifying Buddha light rippled out, like the light of judgment, the power of judgment. It forced Reverend Jianan and Reverend Yi Yun to retreat step by step, unable to withstand its sharpness. The Buddha light shone down, and the two of them could barely open their eyes. Everyone was suppressed by this terrifying Buddha light. This fella is too terrifying. Is this the battle strength of a half-step divine emperor? Yeah, even a true divine emperor wouldn't be this strong, right? It's hard to say. The current reincarnated living Buddha has already reached the peak realm. No one can stop him. I think the two from Kasayapa Temple are also in danger. It's really full of twists and turns. What's the origin of the Saraira that this fella devoured? Everyone was extremely shocked, praying for the two reverends of Kasayapa Temple in their hearts, hoping that they could last longer and defeat Tyrant. Otherwise, their situation would become even more difficult. However, in the eyes of Wei Xiaolong and the others, this was exactly what they had hoped for. Only when the strength of the two venerables of Kasayapa Temple was suppressed would they be able to benefit from it. Shenyuan Rain Demon, King Luo Bin, Lan Mao, and the others all had the same idea. After all, if they were to openly oppose the experts of Kasayapa Temple, it would be equivalent to offending Kasayapa Temple and even the entire West Pole Divine region. This was not the result they wanted, but if they were defeated and Tyrant was severely injured at the same time, then their opportunity would come. Amitba. 9-leaf golden lotus. Reverend Jianan shouted coldly. He waved a lotus leaf in his hand, which instantly turned into a 9-leaf golden lotus. Reverend Jianan stepped on the 9-leaf golden lotus and soared into the sky, charging towards Tyrant. The 9-leaf golden lotus burst out rays of terrifying Buddha light, which resonated with Tyrant. Both of them did not back down. At the same time, Reverend Ah Nan was not to be outdone. The demon-subduing pestle in his hand slashed towards Tyrant with boundless power, causing the entire vulture cave to tremble. Eat my pestle! Reverend Ah Nan swept across the void, but Tyrant was not stingy at all. He struck out another Buddha seal, forcing Reverend Ah Nan to retreat. My Buddha's wrath, Samsara Palm. 100 generations of Buddha's karmic scriptures. Tyrant struck out another Buddha seal, forcing Reverend Ah Nan to retreat. Reverend Anan took a deep breath and spurted out blood. He was in a sorry state. Even the 9-leaf golden lotus beneath Reverend Anan's feet had begun to crack and was on the verge of collapse. However, at this moment, Tyrant also felt that it was extremely strenuous. The 9-leaf golden lotus was extraordinary. Although he managed to cause cracks to appear on the golden lotus, he had also suffered a great impact. My 9-leaf golden lotus. No. Reverend Anan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not expect this fellow to be able to crack his 9-leaf golden lotus. It should be known that this was the Bodhisattva golden lotus that was passed down to him by the abbot. It possessed the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. It was much stronger than the Arhat golden bodies of Reverend Anan and the others. However, it was still forced back by Tyrant. It was simply too inconceivable. Now, do you know how powerful I am? Haha, who dares to be unconvinced? I, Tyrant, will accompany you to the end. Everyone looked at Tyrant in a new light after witnessing his prowess. The current Tyrant was no longer comparable to him. Everyone, let's attack together. I want to see how long he can last. There are so many of us, he definitely won't be able to hold on. Reverend Anan said in a deep voice. At this moment, he and Reverend Wuda had recovered more than half of their strength. Although they might not be able to crush Tyrant, their chances of winning were still very high. All right, Reverend is right. Let's attack together and fight against this fiend. Let's kill him first. Reverend Anan's eyes lit up. Many people gathered around him. Reverend Wuda, Reverend Anan, Reverend Yuenda, Wei Xiaolong, Shenyuan Yuma, Lan Mao, King Luo Bin, and more than 10 half-step deity emperors. This battle would be a real battle of life and death. They initially thought that they would be able to benefit from it. However, they did not expect Tyrant's strength to be so terrifying. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend. Let's get rid of this evil for our Buddhist sect and serve as a warning to others. Reverend Jianan shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and charged towards Tyrant. At this moment, everyone was united against a common enemy. They were unstoppable, determined to kill Tyrant. Ha ha ha, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. You guys don't have the ability to kill me. Tyrant laughed wildly. At this moment, Reverend Jianan and the others had already arrived. After a series of attacks, Tyrant was instantly caught in a sea of people. As time passed, Tyrant gradually pushed back the half-step divine emperors. However, his strength was also greatly suppressed. After all, there were too many people on the other side. Under the tactic of overwhelming numbers, it didn't take long for Tyrant to feel that he was in a pinch. Although he had already severely injured more than 20 people, his own injuries had also worsened. Tyrant fought against the crowd with his peerless strength. However, to him, this was an extremely difficult battle. Jiang Chen's heart was tightly clenched. At this moment, he knew how long Tyrant could last. However, Reverend Jianan and the others were bound to be stronger than him. Although they might also be severely injured, the final loser would still be Tyrant. Monk, I don't know if you can withstand this. Jiang Chen sighed softly. With so many experts joining hands to attack, although Tyrant's Buddhist charm had increased a lot and his realm had increased a lot, he still did not have a true peerless divine might. Compared to the divine emperor experts, he was still slightly inferior. The sea of people was still extremely fatal to Tyrant. At this moment, before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Two silhouettes had already appeared in front of the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. Chapter 3200. At this moment, the battle between Tyrant and Jianan's group was nearing its end. Tyrant had suffered heavy injuries, and his strength had been suppressed once again. After all, the other party had too many people, and it was reasonable for him to be unable to hold on by himself. However, even if he was mercilessly crushed, Tyrant would not give up. More than a dozen half-step divine emperors were killed by Tyrant first. That tragic scene made the onlookers panic. Their mangled limbs were torn apart by Tyrant. The half-step divine emperors were slaughtered mercilessly like wild beasts. Every step was filled with killing intent. Half of them were either dead or injured. It was a ghastly sight. Tyrant gritted his teeth and held on to his last bit of strength. As long as his will was not extinguished, he would not fall down willingly. That scene was extremely tragic. Jiang Chen could not bear to look at it. Tyrant used his last bit of flesh and blood to resist the attack of Reverend Jianan and the rest. The scene was incomparably shocking. There was not a single part of Tyrant's body that was left intact. His entire body was riddled with thousands of holes and he was in extreme pain. Monk! Qingxuan's eyes widened. The anger and sorrow in her heart were self-evident. However, she was powerless at this moment and could only look on helplessly. At this moment, Tyrant suddenly erupted. The power of the Saraira in his body was constantly repairing his body. However, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, Tyrant was no longer in a disadvantageous position. He was even able to stand on equal footing with Reverend Jianan and the rest. No one was willing to take a step back. Everyone wanted to kill the other party. This battle of life and death was far from over. Tyrant desperately clashed with Reverend Jianan and the rest. They kept colliding and roaring. Both of their auras were getting weaker and weaker. There were even signs that both of them were injured. Currently, there were only a few people left standing in the Spirit Vulture Cave. Reverend Jianan, Reverend Anan, Reverend Wu De, Reverend Yuan De, Wei Xiaolong, Shenyuan Umo, and King Luo Bin. Even they had suffered a fatal blow. Currently, they did not dare to fight against Tyrant at all. If Tyrant were to fight with his life on the line, it was very likely that they would be killed by Tyrant. This kid is really too heaven-defying. I can't fight him, I can't fight him. Reverend Wu De's face was solemn as he subconsciously retreated. However, at this moment, Tyrant was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The impact they received was too great. Tyrant was like an unparalleled berserk beast that descended from the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they were still unable to bring him down. If you want to die, come over. I don't have anyone to die with me. Ha! Tyrant was domineering as he shouted in a deep voice. Other than Reverend Jianan and the others who were bitterly holding on, the remaining people were either dead or injured. The scene was extremely chaotic. They were in a worrying situation and looked extremely miserable. Vile spawn, the day of your death has arrived, yet you're still putting up a stubborn resistance. Dang! Venerable Jianan unleashed his final aura that soared into the sky. As the ripples spread out, the dreadful Buddhist aura finally intertwined with Tyrant's. Both of them flew backwards, their auras fluctuating, and it was extremely difficult for them to move. Puff! Tyrant spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really could not stand up. His body had already suffered countless impacts and his injuries were extremely serious. However, Reverend Jianan and the others no longer had the strength to continue fighting. At this moment, the entire Spirit Vulture Cave of the Great Snow Mountain had fallen into a deathly silence. Monk! Jiang Chen murmured. His strength had yet to recover. Tyrant had almost sacrificed his life for their hope. But now, it seemed like there was no way out for them anymore. Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant. Now, no one can save you. Just obediently surrender yourself to us. Perhaps, you might even be able to leave your corpses intact. Ha ha! Reverend Anan laughed heartily. Although they did not have much strength to continue fighting, Tyrant was even more miserable than them. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. This was their last chance. Dream on! Jiang Chen said in a deep voice as he coldly looked at them. These guys did not know that someone had already quietly appeared behind them. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Let's see how long you can still be so stubborn. Humph! Reverend Wu Yin sneered. Jiang Chen and the others were already in a dead end. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up. It could only be said that they were too stubborn and self-righteous. Even if we don't have the strength to continue fighting, the final victor will not belong to you. Jiang Chen sneered. You guys better turn around and take a look first. Jiang Chen's words made their hearts tremble. They turned around and saw that it was Reverend Scarlet Moon. This guy had been hiding all this time and only appeared at this moment. However, if he wanted to forcefully attack this time, they might be able to make him stay here if they combine their strength. It's him. Why is he here? Reverend Scarlet Moon. I didn't expect him to appear at this moment. This guy. Could it be that he's here to pick up the scraps? Humph. Who knows? However, if this guy wants to pick up the scraps, he won't be able to leave even if we combine our strength. Everyone present looked coldly at Reverend Scarlet Moon. Reverend Scarlet Moon walked into the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. His cold eyes swept across the crowd and finally landed beside Jiang Chen and Tyrant. "I'm not too late, am I?" Reverend Scarlet Moon smiled faintly. "Could it be that you're here to pick up the scraps?" "Reverend Scarlet Moon, you should understand that this has nothing to do with you." Reverend Silence said coldly and exchanged glances with Reverend Scarlet Moon. "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. However, I just happened to appear here. What do you have to say? Don't tell me that I'm going to pretend to be an old blind man and not enter? Since you guys have put in so much effort, how can I take advantage of your difficulties? Since that's the case, I can only express my sincerest gratitude to everyone here for their hard work. I'll kill this Jiang Chen for you guys and bring this reincarnated living Buddha away for you guys. How's that?" "Ha ha ha," Reverend Scarlet Moon said with a gloomy expression. He was the final victor now. He was the one who could change the situation. "I've never seen such a shameless person. You're really impressive." Chapter 3201. Oh, isn't this the Kasayapa Temple's Reverend Jianan? Otherwise, do you think I'm going to be your cannon fodder? Humph, I'm just a human shadow, so I'm afraid I'm not qualified to do so. Therefore, I can only wait until the very last moment. If I can't wait until the very last moment, then I'd rather return with my face covered in dirt. However, I've waited until you've all been heavily injured and both sides have suffered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Patience is required," Taoist Langling said. He did not think that there was anything wrong with him at all. On the contrary, these fellows did not take him seriously, yet he managed to take advantage of the loophole. This could only mean that they were really too stupid. To be able to make shamelessness sound so dignified, you're also a talent. What's the difference between you and those despicable and treacherous people? Reverend Anan said disdainfully. Taoist Scarlet Moon was a shameless piece of trash, the scum of the Buddhist sect. Well said, as if you're more noble than me. So many of you besieged him, swearing to kill him. How did he offend you? In the end, aren't you blinded by greed? Aren't you the ones who wanted to snatch the treasures from their hands? Now, you've become the righteous side. You don't even have the heart of shame, so what right do you have to criticize me? A bunch of trash. I'm just cleaning up the mess for you. You should be thanking me, he he he. Sage Crimson Moon's words caused Reverend Jianan and the others to be unable to restrain their anger, while Tyrant clapped his hands in praise. This fellow was truly interesting, but he was also their enemy. However, at the very least, he recognized that he wasn't a good person. This might be the reason why he reflected on himself. If not for this, how could he criticize everyone? Jiang Chen, die. Today, the only person I want to kill is you. Taoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward, aiming for Jiang Chen's lifeline. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. This fellow's strength was not weaker than Taoist Wuin's. At this time, his sudden attack had indeed caused everyone present to fall into a passive position, and the first person he wanted to kill was Jiang Chen. "Little Chunzi, be careful," Tyrant roared. He wanted to rush in front of Jiang Chen and block Taoist Scarlet Moon, but his current strength was too weak. He was simply unable to do so. Taoist Scarlet Moon's fatal strike was aimed at killing Jiang Chen. However, Tyrant could only look on helplessly, which made him feel extremely sad and pained. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated. The 5-elemental trigram fire array was instantly set up. Then, Master Scarlet Moon punched out, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat step by step. Jiang Chen used his flesh and blood to block the attack. The two of them collided. Jiang Chen retreated more than 10 steps. At this moment, although he had recovered some of his strength, he was still not Master Scarlet Moon's opponent. To think that you can even take one of my moves. Truly unexpected. Taoist Scarlet Moon shook his head and looked at Jiang Chen with interest. Now this is a little interesting. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing to kill you directly. Resist. This is your last chance. Taoist Scarlet Moon roared and rushed forward again. His fists were ferocious, and he did not leave any leeway. Jiang Chen's steps were steady, and he did not give Taoist Scarlet Moon any chance at all. Although his situation was extremely dangerous, not everyone could defeat Jiang Chen. Taoist Scarlet Moon was furious. He did not expect this fellow to still have the strength to fight. Although he was not on par with him, It still made him extremely depressed. This fellow was supposed to be in his bag, but he was still so arrogant. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know who the real overlord was. Blood Moon Roulette. A scarlet blood moon descended from the sky and turned into a sharp roulette, crushing down. Jiang Chen was constantly forced back by the blood moon roulette. The terrifying force continued to attack. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and was ready to fight to the death. But at this time, outside the Great Snow Mountain's Spirit Vulture Cave, another person appeared. A person that made Jiang Chen yearn for her, but he could not let go of her. His life is mine. A low voice sounded in everyone's ears. Taoist Scarlet Moon was stunned for a moment. A terrifying sword aura swept past him, and he could only retreat quickly. On the contrary, Jiang Chen had escaped a calamity. A beauty that could cause the downfall of a city, independent from the world. The person who came was Xueqi Chihian, the one who brushed shoulders with Jiang Chen twice. At this moment, her eyes were cold, filled with endless killing intent. The ice jade sword emitted an awe-inspiring might. Taoist Scarlet Moon's face was ashen, waiting for Xueqi Chihian. The anger in his heart rose once again. He did not expect that there would be a fish that slipped through the net. It was not as easy as he thought to become the final winner. Although this fellow was alone, the cold aura from her body gave off an extremely cold and domineering feeling. What a strong woman! Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This woman's strength was not any weaker than Taoist Scarlet Moon's. Do you want to be my source of wealth? Taoist Scarlet Moon Lang Lang said. Get lost or else die. Xueqi Chihian said coldly. The word die made everyone's throat dry and their bodies tremble. Her strength has become stronger again, Jiang Chen murmured. Although he did not know her origin, Xueqi Chihian was the most terrifying existence. She had almost grasped the initiative of the entire Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave. I'm afraid you're too full of yourself. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me what you're capable of. Taoist Scarlet Moon said coldly. He and Xueqi Chihian stared at each other. The battle was about to begin. This girl is a little interesting. I wonder if she can defeat Taoist Scarlet Moon. I think it's a little difficult. Although Taoist Scarlet Moon's strength is not considered to be the top, this woman's strength is not too strong either. Then let's wait and see. It's best if both of them suffer. If that's the case, we don't need to be so worried. Haha, that's right. I hope that Taoist Scarlet Moon can persist until the end. Everyone was silently watching this scene. The two of them started fighting as soon as they said they were going to fight. Terrifying airwaves constantly blocked the vision of the surrounding people. Reverend Jianan and the others raised their heads in anticipation. Taoist Scarlet Moon's strength could not be said to be weak. However, he was still one step behind. In front of Xueqi Chihian, he did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Xueqi Chihian, who seemed to be light and weak, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. It shocked everyone. They had not expected that the battle would be so one-sided. Moreover, Xueqi Chihian seemed to be crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In less than half an incense stick's time, Taoist Scarlet Moon was killed. From the initial arrogance, to the current ruthless and tragic death, one could not help but say that this was the cycle of heaven and karma. If he had persisted until the end, perhaps he would not be in such a situation. However, he could not endure it. He thought that he was the final winner. I'm not willing. Chapter 3202. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed like they had all underestimated this little girl. Her appearance had taught everyone a lesson. It was not a good thing to underestimate a woman. It's over. Venerable Red Moon is dead. Will it be us next? What are you thinking? We are now an arrow at the end of its flight. She doesn't even care about our life and death. I hope so. Her target seems to be Jiang Chen and the reincarnated living Buddha. Xueqi Chihian walked towards Jiang Chen step by step. Hand over the Sky Dragon Sword, Zulong Tower, and the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Xueqi Chihian Lang Lang stared at Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. How could it be? Even Xueqi Chihian did not know what his Zulong Tower and the Myriad Qi Cauldron were. Who was she? Or rather, who was the person behind this? How could he know him so well? Who are you? Jiang Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. If you don't hand them over, you will die. Xueqi Chihian said coldly. I, Jiang Chen, am a troublemaker. I really don't want to hand them over to you. If you have the ability, you can come and get them yourself. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed and smiled indifferently. The coldness and seriousness intertwined at the corner of his mouth made him very confused. Who could have such great ability? There were only a few people who knew about his Zulong Tower. Those who knew about his myriad chi cauldron were even rarer. Only the people closest to him knew about it. But she was very familiar with it. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. Xueqi took a step forward and pointed her sword towards Jiang Chen like the stars moving in the sky. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. The sky dragon's sword buzzed and trembled. At this moment, he still wanted to fight with his life for a chance of survival. This guy still has the strength to fight? It's unbelievable. That's right. This guy has been seriously injured several times, but he's still able to fight against this woman. It's really unbelievable. The only explanation is that his recovery ability must be very overbearing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight continuously in such a short period of time like an undying god of war. Everyone was in awe of Jiang Chen. This guy was like an immortal god of war. At this moment, at the last moment, he actually stood up again. Even Tyrant couldn't believe it. However, he knew that his brother wouldn't disappoint him. Well done, little Chunzi. Tyrant let out a furious roar, cheering for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that this battle would be very difficult to fight. Regardless of whether he could defeat Xueqi Qian or not, even if he did, Jiang Chen would not be able to kill her. However, if he lost, he would probably face the judgment of death. I hope that you can wake up. Jiang Chen looked at Xueqi Qian and murmured. Xueqi Qian frowned. At that moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the sky dragon sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across 800 zhang and intertwined with Xueqi Qian. During this period of time, his strength had recovered to about 60%. At least it wouldn't be that difficult to fight against Xueqi Qian. 13th blade. 14th blade. 15th blade. Jiang Chen's sword chi was amazing. Xueqi Qian stepped on a long dragon. Her jade sword slashed through the mountains, and the sound of her sword shook the heavens. Intertwined with Jiang Chen's sword chi, the two were evenly matched. This scene made everyone depressed again. The person they looked down on the most was Jiang Chen. If it was dragged to this moment, maybe Jiang Chen could really reverse the situation. This guy's sword was like the scythe of the god of death, taking lives and destroying hearts. No one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. The battle between the two continued to sublimate. Not only their attacks, but Jiang Chen's sword chi also became stronger. It had always been Jiang Chen's best skill. This time, he naturally would not fall behind. His attacks were almost equal with Xueqi Qian's. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Jiang Chen's 15th blade had repeatedly repelled Xueqi Qian. However, Xueqi Qian was not easy to deal with. Her sword technique was exquisite beyond imagination. There is actually such a sword technique in the world that can be comparable to my limitless sword. This is really an eye-opener. Jiang Chen thought in his heart, but the battle with Xueqi Qian did not fall behind at all. It's time to let you know who the real overlord is. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly raised. The battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. At that moment, Jiang Chen was ready to display his real skills to seriously injure Xueqi Qian. Under the situation where both of them were fighting intensely, Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art would definitely be able to display a miraculous effect. Even if he could not kill Xueqi Qian, he would definitely be able to seriously injure her. However, Jiang Chen was also a little nervous. He did not know whether Xueqi Qian still had a soul or not. From her eyes, he should be able to see that she should not be dead. In other words, she was not a puppet. If she was not a puppet, she would have her own soul. In that case, there would be room for the soul-stealing divine art to be displayed. Soul annihilation. Jiang Chen suddenly burst out a terrifying spiritual perception power, instantly engulfing Xueqi Qian. At that moment, Xueqi Qian's delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Her complexion greatly changed and became pale. She was directly injured by Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art and was sent flying. Her entire spiritual strength had suffered a heavy injury, and it would be extremely difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. Puff, puff, puff. After spurting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, Yuki Chihyun's expression was also extremely gloomy. Jiang Chen's body had also become extremely weak. Now that Jiang Chen was using the soul-stealing divine art, it was already a little difficult for him to stand up. This was because the person he was going to deal with had extremely strong spiritual strength. If he did not have absolute confidence, Jiang Chen would not make a move. Otherwise, he might go for wool and come home shorn. The one who would regret it would be too late. Have I finally defeated you? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth carried a trace of a bitter smile. It was unknown whether he was happy or distressed. Yuki Chihyun was seriously injured and temporarily lost her combat strength. However, Jiang Chen felt that this battle did not seem to be over. What a boy that makes people look at you in a new light. Outside the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave, a monk wearing a blood-red ribbon on his head slightly moved the corner of his mouth, his expression indifferent. No one knew of his existence. No one knew that outside the Great Snow Mountain's Vulture Cave, there was a person who seemed to be in charge of everything here. When he slowly raised his head, both of his eyes were incomparably empty. He was a blind monk, a monk whose eyes were blind but his heart was not. His Tao techniques and aura seemed to have transcended the mortal world. Chapter 3203. What a powerful guy. We never thought that the one who would have the last laugh would be Jiang Chen. How ironic. Spiritual Master Wu Yin said with a bitter smile. Jiang Chen had used his terrifying soul to suppress and force Yuki Chihyun to retreat. It was truly shocking. We've all underestimated him. I never thought that he would be the one who knows how to endure patiently. Sigh. Spiritual Master Wuda also sighed. Now that Jiang Chen had won, their situation was worrisome. It's hard to say. This guy's strength has been severely damaged. Even if he defeats this gorgeous lady, he may not have enough strength to kill us. Spiritual Master Yuanda said in a deep voice. You're right. As long as we join forces, he won't be our match. Reverend Nan said quietly. Although they were unwilling to believe it, they had to admit that Jiang Chen and Tyrant were too powerful and terrifying. They were able to survive such a deadly situation. Moreover, many of them were already dead. The only ones who survived were the true top experts. Jiang Chen, it's already come to this. You'd better surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you still need to bitterly hold on? Even if you defeat her, you won't have the strength to fight anymore. With so many of us, we'll definitely be able to defeat you. Wei Xiaolong said proudly. He no longer had any fear in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had suffered heavy injuries again and again. Now, he really had no strength to recover. Their chance had come. Jiang Chen, to think that you'd have such a day. Ha ha. What a pity. Aren't you very strong? Aren't you very powerful? In the end, aren't you still unable to withstand a single blow? Lan Mao said with a sneer. However, now that everyone was determined to kill Jiang Chen and Tyrant, Jiang Chen knew that he could not take a step back. Taking a step forward would mean dusk, and taking a step back would mean his life. Jiang Chen was already on the brink of death. Let's take a look behind you first. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. The corner of his lips curled up and his expression became extremely solemn. Because he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions and should be a true expert. It was still unknown whether he could escape from this place alive or not. Even the hope was extremely slim. Just as Jiang Chen's voice faded, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them. They saw a mass of black mist shrouding a man wearing a black monk's robe. The black mist didn't disperse, it kept on rising. That dreadful black mist didn't disperse, it made everyone feel incomparably shocked. There's actually such a terrifying black mist lingering around him. This guy is definitely not simple. It seems that he's not from our West Pole Divine region. Our West Pole Divine region has never had such a strange sect. That's not necessarily true. The world is vast and full of strange things. The West Pole Divine region is not necessarily pure and flawless. The more such a place is, the more likely it is to be a place that harbors evil. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying black mist, but no one was able to tell where it came from. You've finally shown yourself, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Looking at the black mist, Jiang Chen became even more curious about the person within it. Amit Ba, almsgiver, You've waited for a long time. Hehe. I didn't expect that even Yuki Chihyun was not your match. It seems that I've miscalculated. The black mist was unpredictable. No one could see the face clearly. However, this person was obviously a Buddhist. So you had to make a move. I'm afraid that the time you can make a move is limited. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. If you had made a move from the beginning, there might not have been so many people who came to die one after another. Jiang Chen looked at the black mist and said quietly, "You're very smart. Indeed, I can't exist for too long. However, it should be enough to kill you. I just don't want him to know of my existence. As for these people, their deaths are not to be regretted," the person in the black mist said in a low voice. His heart was cold and desolate. He seemed to have no pity for these people. If they died, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Who exactly are you? Jiang Chen asked Lang Lang. He knew that the other party had come with ill intentions. However, he had no idea who the other party was. If nothing unexpected happened, Yuki Chihyun should have been saved by him. That was why she was used by him. Jiang Chen knew that it was almost impossible to save Yuki Chihyun now. The other party's appearance would definitely put him in an extremely difficult situation. He might even be killed by the other party at any time. The dense black mist didn't seem to want to answer Jiang Chen's question. However, at this moment, Tyrant felt that the black mist was using an extremely powerful force to suppress him and devour him completely. Who I am is not important. What's important is that all of you here have to die. Living is torture. Why don't you get rid of yourself and enter the pure land of bliss? The voice in the black mist gradually became low. At this moment, even Jiang Chen didn't expect that the black mist would directly envelop Tyrant. Be careful! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. However, the black mist had already enveloped Tyrant. At this moment, incomparably terrifying waves of air rolled around Tyrant. Tyrant's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He held the God-suppressing monument in his hand and exerted all his strength to launch an attack. This time, it seemed like he had blocked the black mist's attack. However, it was impossible for him to block the continuous attacks. Divine Golden Bell. God's Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen moved his palm and enveloped Tyrant within the Divine Golden Bell. However, in the next moment, the black mist continuously corroded the Divine Golden Bell, causing Jiang Chen to be incomparably shocked. It was like water flooding a golden mountain. Wherever the black mist passed, Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell became completely useless. Insignificant skill. The voice in the black mist became colder and colder. It constantly locked onto Tyrant, wanting to devour him. Monk! Retreat quickly. Leave it to me. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. He stretched out his hand and clenched it. The Zulong Tower suddenly descended and directly sucked Tyrant into the Zulong Tower. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen faced the black mist directly. This guy, what a powerful technique. I didn't expect him to still have the strength to resist at this moment. Yeah, this Jiang Chen is really too terrifying. It seems like we're lucky that we don't have a chance to fight him this time. Look, the black mist has changed again. Chapter 3204. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you have to put up a desperate struggle? You know better than anyone else how long you can hold on. This pagoda is really a reckless waste of God's gift in your hands. Sigh. A sigh was heard from the black fog. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. Even if he had to fight to the last moment, regardless of life or death, he would never give in. The Zulong Tower has been with me all my life. How can it be a reckless waste of God's gift? One day, I will make it shine with the strongest light in the world. No one can compare to it. Jiang Chen said proudly without any fear. At this moment, although he was in a desperate situation, if he didn't even have the slightest confidence, then he would really be walking towards death step by step. I can give you the same life as Yuki Chihyun, as long as you work for me. The voice in the black fog became a lot gentler as it said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, then maybe you're really thinking too much. Do you think you can control me? Wait until you have the ability to defeat me first. Jiang Chen said with a laugh. Humans are always stupid. It seems that you insist on seeking death. I admire you very much, but you don't know how to cherish it. Even Yuki Chihyun, whose life was hanging by a thread, was brought back to life by me. Do you think I need to go through so much trouble to kill you? The voice in the black fog became colder and colder. Jiang Chen was also shocked. What he said was very reasonable. He just didn't want to end the battle so quickly. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. Since you're so stubborn, you can't blame me for being ruthless. You're walking towards the abyss step by step. You'll eventually regret the choice you've made. The voice in the black mist was filled with murderous intent as it started to engulf Jiang Chen. No one can disobey me. Even if it's the entire West Pole, I can go anywhere I want. Going against me is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Chen retreated step by step. The profound cyan fire Qilin and Tyrant were sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he could only defend passively. The person in the black fog was too terrifying. He was simply a great killing machine. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand. He was not afraid at all. However, the result made him feel extremely sad. The tyrannical attack from the black fog made him retreat a full 100 feet before he could stabilize his body. That kind of indestructible tyrannical attack had made Jiang Chen somewhat disappointed. A divine emperor expert. And not just a divine emperor. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. The further the better. This person was undefeatable. He was undefeatable. However, Jiang Chen was not willing to give up. He wanted everyone here to die. He wanted those who forced him into a hopeless situation to die a horrible death. You guys forced me to do this. Now, I'm going to start the trial. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up coldly. Even if he was going to die, he would kill all of these guys. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other. Wherever he passed, not even a blade of grass was left. Venerable Wu De was almost killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Retreat! This guy has gone mad! Venerable Wu Yin exclaimed. However, his strength was no longer enough to contend against the crazy Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was as fast as lightning. Sword after sword, Venerable Wu De, Venerable Yuan De, Shen Yuan Yuma, Doubai, and Lan Mao all died in Jiang Chen's hands. Miserable screams resounded in the void. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Death was too easy for them. Wherever Jiang Chen passed, he killed several people. Even the black mist could not avoid him. To be exact, the expert in the black mist did not bother to save them. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have succeeded so easily. No. Don't kill me, no, Wei Xiaolong said with incomparable horror. However, his head was instantly cut off by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The scene was incomparably brutal and terrifying, causing everyone's heart to tremble. King Luo Bin and Luo Shen managed to escape this calamity. The remaining ones were Venerable Jianan and Venerable Anan. The two of them were a level higher than the rest. Therefore, they quickly retreated and did not give Jiang Chen any chance to escape. However, that scene made their mouths dry. Jiang Chen was too monstrous. Even if he had to die, he would drag Jiang Chen down with him. I've killed enough, it's time to leave something behind. The expert in the black mist made his move again. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. The heavenly dragon sword and Zulong Tower were placed in front of his chest in an attempt to block the attack of the expert in the black mist. However, Jiang Chen was disappointed in the end because he did not have the ability to continue blocking the attack. The heavenly dragon sword that he was holding tightly had already split open and blood was dripping down. The Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapse and could only be retrieved by Jiang Chen. At this moment, he finally could not hold on anymore. He knelt down on one knee and his expression was extremely unsightly. Puff! Jiang Chen gently wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, there was no way out for him. Before you die, can you tell me a question? Who are you? Jiang Chen looked at the black mist and said in a low voice. In the current Buddha realm, I should be the supreme. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Reverend Jianan and the other's facial expression changed drastically. This sentence was priceless. How powerful and capable was the person in the black fog? He actually dared to say such a thing. The Buddha world should respect him as the supreme being? Then who was he? Could it be the legendary Buddha and Bodhisattva? Venerable Anan murmured. His heart was filled with a touch of piety. The real Buddha and Bodhisattva have all perished in that battle. Even the few remaining arhats were the losers who escaped back then. It's easy to say that the Buddha realm should be the supreme, but it's unknown whether he really has such ability. Venerable Jianan said in a low voice. However, the person in the black mist did not pay attention to them. His target was only Jiang Chen. The Zulong Tower, Heavenly Dragon Sword and myriad Qi Cauldron in Jiang Chen's hands were all things that he wanted. Of course, there was also the reincarnated living Buddha, Tyrant. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, it's not that easy to make me, Jiang Chen, lower my head. Jiang Chen immediately swung his blade horizontally. This time, he had to use all his strength, because this was his only chance. Oh, you still want to fight back? Interesting, interesting. He. It seems that you have not disappointed me. I also want to see how capable you are. A divine emperor realm powerhouse is not worth mentioning in front of me. If I let you escape from my palm, how can I gain a foothold in the Buddha realm in the future? In less than the time it takes for an incense to burn, I have to leave. However, I still think highly of you. There's still plenty of time. Let me see your true means. Chapter 3205. It was no wonder that after Jiang Chen confronted him once, he knew that this person was unbeatable. Even when Jiang Chen used the Heavenly Dragon Sword to fight against the Zulong Tower, he was still unable to block the attack from the person in the black fog. Jiang Chen knew that he did not have much time and opportunity left. This was his last moment of glory, and he would not let Tyrant down. In the Zulong Tower, Tyrant constantly hammered the ground. Waves of terrifying air waves shook the Zulong Tower, but he had no way to leave the Zulong Tower. Seeing Jiang Chen falling into a hopeless situation, Tyrant could not do anything. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Why did you let little Chenzi appear here? Why, God, you bastard! You blind bastard! It's fine if I die alone, but why did you let little Chenzi fall into this as well? Why? Tell me why! Tyrant roared hysterically as he looked up at the sky. The anger in his heart could not be extinguished. This is not your fault. Qing Xian gently placed his hand on Tyrant's shoulder. Tyrant roared again and again as he blamed himself. Now, there was nothing he could do to save the situation. Jiang Chen was already at the end of his rope. In the face of that incomparably terrifying black fog, Tyrant could only watch as Jiang Chen died. If it's not my fault, then whose fault is it? Little Chenzi, I, Tyrant, have let you down. Tyrant could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. No one could understand the pain of watching one's brother fall into a hopeless situation and not being able to help. It was more torturous than death. Outside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen held the power of 2 heavenly thunders in his hands and faced the figure in the black fog. Is it this trick again? Although the fused thunderbolt is powerful, and it is indeed a method that you can use alone in this world, it is impossible for you to hurt me. The figure in the black fog said indifferently. Wait and see, I will give you a surprise. A faint smile hung from the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. However, it was at this moment that the surrounding void began to vibrate. The Great Snow Mountain's Spirit Eagle Cave seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was as if there was an earthquake in the surroundings. Everyone was scared witless. Is it finally going to be destroyed? It seems like even you want it. The voice in the black mist murmured. Jiang Chen was baffled. What was the origin of this black mist? He still couldn't figure it out. Was there someone above him? Didn't you set up these endless illusions to attract everyone to explore the Great Tempest Temple? However, don't forget that the illusion of the Great Lei Temple is just an illusion. The world in your hand can't turn the illusion into reality. Within the black mist, a monk in a black robe didn't show himself. However, his voice was incomparably deep. Streams of black mist soared into the sky. Jiang Chen knew that this guy was finally going to make his move. I have no patience to play with you anymore. His world is finally going to collapse. The illusion of the Great Tempest Temple. What a great setup. What a great bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Ha! The black mist continued to hover above Jiang Chen's head, ready to attack. Jiang Chen held the death lotus that was formed from the fusion of 3 heavenly thunderbolts. At this moment, his palm moved slightly. Finally, it was about to change. At this moment, the 3 golden praying mats were sucked into his hands and transformed into a flash of lightning and fire. In the end, they fused together. The flames interweaved with lightning, and lightning shot in all directions. Fire Qi soared into the sky, bringing with it a destructive roar that seemed capable of incinerating anything in this world. Lightning flame of wisdom? The person in the black mist exclaimed in disbelief. This is the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat after that person passed away. Although the person in the black mist was shocked, he had to admit that Jiang Chen had impressed him. He could actually see the lightning flame of wisdom that was left in the praying mat. When the ancient Buddhas and Bodhisattvas passed away, they had to burn themselves with the lightning flame of wisdom in order to turn into relics. This lightning flame of wisdom was left behind after they passed away. At this moment, Jiang Chen actually wanted to use this lightning flame of wisdom to fuse with his 3 heavenly thunderbolts. This was an extremely crazy move. The lightning flame of wisdom was both thunderbolts and flames. It was even more terrifying than the 3 true flames. Compared to the heavenly thunderbolts, it was even more untraceable and rootless. However, the terror of this lightning flame of wisdom was no less than the Ziyu drought lightning in Jiang Chen's hands. Even Jiang Chen didn't dare to imagine what would happen when the Ziyu drought lightning and the lightning flame of wisdom collided. However, Jiang Chen knew very well that this was his only chance. Fusing 4 heavenly thunderbolts? Let's see if you are qualified to do so. The black mist kept surging towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept retreating. At this moment, Jiang Chen was holding the myriad qi cauldron in his hand, resisting the waves of attacks from the black mist. However, the fusion of the heavenly thunderbolts in his hand was not slow at all. Jiang Chen resisted with difficulty. His face was pale and his face was pale. He couldn't hold on any longer. Every second was a great torture for Jiang Chen. Can he really hold on till the end? Lan Luo murmured. He hoped that Jiang Chen could have the last laugh. However, the black mist was too powerful. It made one unable to resist it at all. I hope so. The brother of De Huang won't fall so easily. When he was in the divine tomb, no one could resist his peerless style. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. That was in the past. How powerful was he at that time? It goes without saying that the person he is facing now is very powerful. If it's me, I might be able to do better than him. King Luo Bin said faintly. His eyes were filled with sharpness after escaping from a crisis. The Jiang Chen mentioned by Goddess Luo seemed to be omnipotent. This made King Luo Bin even angrier. Finally done? Jiang Chen murmured. When the last wisp of lightning fire fused with the 3 heavenly thunderbolts, even Jiang Chen could feel a destructive aura. He even trembled a little. The Black Lotus became more and more enchanting and terrifying. Such a terrifying fusion of heavenly thunderbolts. The voice in the black mist said in a low voice. The collapse of the surrounding sky and earth was getting more and more serious. The illusion of the great Leiyin temple would collapse soon. At that moment, everything here would cease to exist. Now I will show you my true strength. Chapter 3206. The 4-colored death lotus blossomed with a peculiar luster, causing the entire Great Snow Mountain Spirit Vulture Cave to become incomparably silent. Even the people within the black fog could not help but hold their breaths. The destructive aura emitted from the terrifying death lotus made one's heart tremble. Go to hell! Jiang Chen roared in rage. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. The Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Severing Drought Heavenly Lightning, and the Wisdom Lightning Fire that formed the death lotus exploded. The black mist was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. The terrifying energy ripples shook the entire vulture cave. Everyone was thrown out of the cave. Only the black mist was still resisting. However, Jiang Chen knew that the death lotus formed by the 4 types of lightning was definitely not ordinary. Although the wisdom lightning fire was not a true heavenly lightning, the wisdom lightning fire was the lightning fire of the Buddha. It was not something ordinary. Therefore, Jiang Chen dared to try it. At this moment, even Jiang Chen himself felt a terrifying wave of air rolling towards him. He stabilized himself, and the moment the death lotus bloomed, the black mist could no longer withstand it and was thrown back 800 meters. What a terrifying fella! A deep roar came from the black mist, but he didn't give up. He still wanted to charge forward, but he still underestimated the tyrannical and terrifying power of the death lotus. When he tried to charge at Jiang Chen for the second time, he still couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. Jiang Chen knelt on one knee. He was completely exhausted. When he fused the 4 types of lightning, he knew that he had done his best. He had used up all the divine origin qi in his body. Even with the myriad qi body, he could not recover in a short period of time. Even a divine emperor can't withstand my 4 types of lightning. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of confidence. As expected, the black mist wanted to get closer, but it could not withstand the sharpness of the death lotus. The majestic wave of air released by the death lotus pushed the black mist back again. It was extremely terrifying. Puff! The monk in the black mist spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. He had never thought that he would lose his wings in the hands of a kid who was not even a divine emperor. It was a great humiliation. Even a mid-divine emperor expert might not be able to withstand this attack. It was imaginable how terrifying it was. Damn fella! The black mist retreated. A monk in black robes appeared with a gloomy expression. His eyes had lost their light, but his heart was clearer than anyone else's. On his back, there was a golden dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It seemed as if it was trying to break free from his body. Blood dripped onto his black robes, but he did not move at all. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not take a single step back. His expression was extremely cold. As the dust settled, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had also collapsed. The entire Great Layin Temple's illusory realm became more and more terrifying. It trembled as if it could collapse at any time. The blind monk slowly took a step forward and said faintly, "I have to say that your strength is extremely powerful, even exceeding my expectations. However, you still can't escape from the palm of my hand. You have indeed seriously injured me, but before I leave, I have enough time to kill you and take you away without anyone knowing. Even he might not be able to discover it." Jiang Chen Lang stared at the blind monk in front of him. The coldness at the corner of his mouth was obvious. It seems like this is a well-planned plot. The reincarnation of the living Buddha has been targeted by someone who is much more powerful than you. You're smart, but it's useless now. You're already a dead man. The reincarnation of the living Buddha must die too. The blind monk said coldly. Aren't you afraid of being warned by the Buddha world? Aren't you afraid of being despised by the Buddha world? You're a Buddhist, but you want to kill the Buddha. It's ridiculous. Do you think that the person behind you can't see through all of this? Jiang Chen stared at him. He had already guessed something, but he wasn't sure. The blind monk slowly raised his head. His expression was still cold and unmoving like a mountain. You don't have to worry about that. No one knows who I am, and no one knows that I'm still alive. The Buddha world has collapsed. You're the supreme one under the Gautama Buddha. In other words, you're the first disciple of the Gautama Buddha. Am I right? Yuki Chihin's sword technique is so sharp, but she only has the shape of the sword but not the spirit of the sword. That's because she has received your true inheritance. The number 1 blade in the Buddha world, Yenluo Ayinifa. Jiang Chen looked at the blind monk with a strange light flickering in his eyes. He was just guessing. As for whether this person was the legendary first disciple of the Gautama Buddha, he didn't know either. The blind monk's sunken eyes moved slightly and his expression was extremely gloomy. You're really smart. You can actually guess who I am. You're the first one since the collapse of the Buddha world. It seems that I didn't hide myself well after all. Yenluo Ayinifa sighed and said. Since Jiang Chen already knew his identity, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. The collapse of the Buddha world. How many people are still alive? Who was the one who created the illusion of the Great Tempest Temple? What kind of secret does the reincarnated living Buddha have? Jiang Chen stared at Yenluo Ayinifa, but the other party was indifferent. It seemed that she didn't intend to say anything to Jiang Chen. At this time, the vulture cave of the Great Snow Mountain had begun to collapse gradually. Jiang Chen and Yenluo Ayinifa quickly flew out of the vulture cave. However, Jiang Chen knew that he had been trapped by Yenluo Ayinifa and there was no way for him to escape. These are not things that a nobody like you should know. If you're going to die, then die thoroughly. Humph. Yenluo Ayinifa sneered and said. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. It's not that easy to catch me. Jiang Chen sneered. You've already exhausted your limited abilities. It seems that it's time for me to show you how powerful I, the number 1 blade in the Buddha world, am. Ha ha. Yenluo Ayinifa laughed and said. The 3 inches of cold radiance in her hand was terrifying. Jiang Chen felt an extremely cold and terrifying aura. It seemed that Yenluo Ayinifa was really going to take action against him. At this moment, the entire illusion of the Great Lei Temple had almost collapsed by half. Jiang Chen's expression became more and more solemn. No one can escape from my palm. As the great disciple of the Buddha world, you should know that it's a great honor to die in my hands. Chapter 3207. The terrifying blade shadow approached Jiang Chen in an instant, and countless cold lights flashed out. One blade. 10,000 blade pincers. Jiang Chen quickly retreated, holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, and fiercely slashed down. However, he still could not avoid being pushed back 800 feet, and he felt that he was on the verge of death. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth, and he felt that he was in a desperate situation. Jiang Chen knew that the second blade was likely to take his life, and even the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was shaking violently. Not bad, you can actually take my first move again. The corner of Ayinifa's mouth curled into a cold smile. However, at that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. A blue figure appeared in the void, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He was wearing a deep blue linen robe, and he gave off a terrifying pressure. Who is he? Such a terrifying power. Isn't he? Although Ayinifa could not see it, he could feel the terrifying aura, and even he was crushed in an instant. It's him. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. That blue figure was none other than the man in the ice who broke out from the 10,000-year-cold ice. At this moment, he was standing on top of the 9 heavens thunder, as if he had existed for eternity. Not even the lightning dared to get close to him. The dark clouds were densely covered the sky, as if he was the one who stirred the wind and clouds. Who is it? Ayinifa shouted in a deep voice. I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask yourself. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. He naturally knew how terrifying the man's strength was. Even the destructive ice god could not compete with him. Those unknown bronze thrones were also trembling under his feet. Jiang Chen did not know when he would be able to reach the strength of the man in the ice. Let alone him. Even Yen Luo Ayinifa was choked by Jiang Chen at this moment. If I have that kind of strength, I'll be able to defeat him. Do I need to go through so much trouble? It seems like the aura of the primordial era. Ayinifa's face drastically changed as waves surged in his heart. Even the strongest in the Buddha realm, Dipankara and Tathagata, couldn't resist the almighties from the primordial era, not to mention him. The collapse of the Buddha realm was greatly related to the almighties from the primordial era. Although Ayinifa didn't know the truth, the Buddhist ancestor had told him that the Buddha realm's calamity that would last for billions of years was about to descend. Jiang Chen frowned. He had no idea what Nyanluo Ayinifa was talking about. What primordial aura? This man in the ice was the strongest person Jiang Chen had ever seen. There was no one else like him. What kind of terror was his existence? Just when Ayinifa was about to take action, the man in the void held 100 thunderbolts in his hand and forcefully controlled them. A monstrous demon chi descended from the sky as if it was going to completely surround the man in the ice. The figure of the man in the ice was like a hook, as if he was an invisible existence between the heavens and earth. He wasn't afraid of the monstrous demon chi at all. With a palm strike, the illusion of the Great Lei Temple trembled. What a terrifying power! Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with excitement. When would he be able to have the strength of the man in the ice? That kind of high-spirited and domineering aura made Jiang Chen's blood boil again. Peerless was not enough to describe the strength of the man in the ice. The monstrous demon chi and the attack of the man in the ice shook the entire world, causing it to collapse more and more violently. His battle strength was shocking and magnificent. Such a battle should at least be at the Emperor realm, right? Jiang Chen also didn't know why he would appear here. Who was that monstrous demon chi? If his guess was right, it should be that guy who created the illusion of the Great Lei Temple. He's here too. Ayinifa's face became more and more unsightly. At this moment, he had to take action as soon as possible. Although that person had come, he was entangled by the blue-robed man. It seemed like he still had a chance. The illusion of the Great Lei Temple is a world of its own. If one doesn't go out from the entrance, no one will be able to escape. I only managed to escape by relying on the concealment technique. It took me a lot of effort. Now, come with me and I'll leave your corpse intact. Yen Luo Ayinifa was closing in on Jiang Chen. This was his only chance. If he failed, he would have to leave this place. Otherwise, he would be destroyed by the Great Lightning Toon Temple's illusory realm and vanish into thin air. This place is a world of its own. Can my warrior's gate escape from the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple? Jiang Chen couldn't help but think. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest chance. This was the only way. Since Iyenifa said that the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple was a world of its own, then his warrior's gate would also be a world of its own. Only by entering the warrior's gate would he be able to survive. There were enemies ahead and fierce tigers behind. Whether it was Iyenifa or the monstrous demon Qi, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to deal with them. As for the Iceman, how would Jiang Chen know if he was hostile towards him? Damn you! Let's go all out! Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He formed a seal with both hands and opened the warrior's gate. At this moment, Jiang Chen instantly jumped into the warrior's gate. At this time, Iyenifa was completely dumbfounded. Where did he go? How could he disappear into thin air? However, Iyenifa could sense the aura of another world. How could this be? Bastard! How could he just disappear into thin air? Iyenifa used her soul power to search the surrounding 10,000 miles. However, she couldn't find anything. She could only shout angrily with a pale face. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. It was really frustrating. Helplessly, Iyenifa could only quickly retreat from the illusion of the Great Lightning Temple. Otherwise, he would definitely die here. The Iceman turned around and looked at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. He frowned slightly and struck out a palm to repel the monstrous demon Qi. In the end, both of them were evenly matched. The illusion of the Great Lightning Temple finally collapsed. The entire world seemed to be annihilated in the void and became eternal dust. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. The moment the Great Thunderclap Monastery's illusion disappeared, the entire West Pole Divine Land seemed to explode with an earth-shattering shock and tremble. The 10 great monasteries and the 100 great factions were all fearful. The monstrous demonic barrier was gone, the man in the ice was gone, Jiang Chen was completely gone. Chapter 3208. Along with the destruction of the ashes and dust, the entire West Pole Divine region was shaken and shocked. After the shock, the West Pole Divine region regained its peace. The Great Lightning Toon Temple, which was in a state of devastation, once again appeared on the land of the West Pole Divine region. When the Great Lightning Toon Temple's dreamland disappeared, those who entered the Great Lightning Toon Temple's dreamland also disappeared. There were only a few who managed to walk out of the Great Lightning Toon Temple's dreamland. Goddess Luo and King Luo Bin were lucky. They managed to escape from the Great Lightning Toon Temple's dreamland together with Lan Luo. Reverend Jianan and Reverend Ah Nan also managed to escape from the dreamland. They would never forget the tragedy and horror of that dreamland. Jiang Chen suppressed everyone with his own strength. That scene was too terrifying. A late hierarch fella could actually be so strong. It was truly terrifying. Now that the dust had settled, they knew that those who did not manage to get the information out of the Great Lightning Temple's illusory realm would disappear forever. Goddess Luo and Lan Luo looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with doubt. Both of their eyes were filled with despair. In the end, Jiang Chen did not manage to escape. Especially Goddess Luo. Her mood was extremely complicated. De Huang was still waiting for Jiang Chen's news in the God Luo clan. But how should she explain to De Huang? Although Jiang Chen fought against the crowd and broke through everyone's attacks, he still could not escape death. Perhaps this was his fate. No one could change it. No one could understand the horror and bitterness in it. Lan Luo murmured as she looked at the Great Lightning Toon Temple that had returned to its original state. Her heart was filled with sorrow. If it wasn't for her, perhaps Jiang Chen would not have died. She blamed Jiang Chen's death on herself. Her heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of swords. No one could understand her pain and bitterness. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. Lan Luo knew that he owed Jiang Chen a favor that he would never be able to repay in this lifetime. However, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. The Great Thunder Toon Temple had disappeared, and the illusory realm had been destroyed. Everyone had disappeared along with it. This was a fact that no one could change. The appearance of King Luo Bin and the others caused Master Yunlan and martial discipline to rush over. Their eyes were filled with solemnity. They were worried about the final outcome. Where are they? Perfected Master Yunlan asked in a low voice. His face turned a little ugly. Although he didn't want to think that way, The truth in front of him was hard for him to accept. His guess might be the truth. Everyone, they all died there. Along with the destruction of the great Layin temple, they vanished into thin air. King Luobin sighed. It wasn't easy for the few of them to escape with their lives. It could be considered as a chance given to them by the heavens. However, the rest of them would forever remain in the great Layin temple's dreamland. They all died? Venerable Cloud Billow's breathing stagnated as he asked in a daze. His face was a little pale. This outcome was still beyond their expectations. No one could have imagined that this would be an epic disaster that was difficult to hope for. The people who died were all the cream of the crop in their monastery. They were all top experts that they had recruited from all over the world. But in the end, they still ended in failure. What's going on? Martial Discipline asked in a low voice. He looked at King Luobin and the others. Those people, did they all die in there? That was too terrifying. Other than the few of us, it seems like no one else came out alive. It's too tragic. All the genius disciples, at that moment, became ordinary. Experts gathered together, but the one who had the last laugh wasn't us. The reincarnated living Buddha had also vanished into thin air. King Luobin said, Ba. It's good indeed. Marshal Yan's face darkened as he said in a low voice. His palms were placed together and his face was pale. Although the result was not what he had hoped for, it made him understand one thing. Nothing can be forced. This time, they had gathered many people to enter the Great Lightning Tune Temple's illusory realm. Initially, they wanted to obtain the reincarnated living Buddha and the God-suppressing monument, but who would have thought that they would suffer a double loss? Ba. Perfected Master Martial Discipline, in your opinion, is this the fate of our Buddha world? Perfected Master Yunlong looked at Martial Discipline and murmured, It's hard to say. At least, it seems like our vitality has been greatly damaged. No one understands how much bitterness we've gone through. We should reflect on ourselves. The Buddhist sect has collapsed for over 1 trillion years, but we only care about our own fame and profit. How many of us know that the spiritual leader of the Buddhist sect has passed away a long time ago? In other words, everyone wants to become the true leader, to become the symbol of the Buddhist sect. That's why the war was born. Martial Discipline said earnestly. His expression was full of regret. No matter what the result is, we're the losers. The dead will never come back. However, we're still chasing after the reincarnated living Buddha. No one knows whether it's true or not. The God-suppressing monument has truly appeared in the West Pole Divine region. Many people understood this, but no one stopped chasing after it. Greed, lust, tyranny and anger made us lose our nature, our respect and devotion to the Buddha. Our hearts are no longer in front of the Buddha but in front of benefits. The 7 emotions and 6 desires have been included in our hearts. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire shouldn't exist. Color, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma shouldn't exist. This is our infatuation, and also the Buddha heart that we should have comprehended long ago. This failure for us is not necessarily a kind of liberation, or even a formless epiphany. Perfected Master Martial Discipline's words entered Goddess Luo's ears. Her eyes were filled with reverence. Ba. Perfected Master is right. It seems like we need to reflect on ourselves after we return. Since the outcome has been decided, it seems like we need to go into seclusion to reflect on our mistakes. Wasn't this disaster also a warning from the heavens? The unification of the Buddha world, we don't know how long it will take before it can be realized. Sigh. Perfected Master Yunlong shook his head and bade farewell to Perfected Master Martial Discipline and the others. His expression was full of loneliness. This time, they were completely annihilated and they didn't even receive any news. Whether it was the reincarnated living Buddha or the God-suppressing monument, it was the same. Perhaps, we were wrong from the beginning. Perfected Master Martial Discipline murmured and prepared to return. The great Layin Temple's dreamland had finally come to an end. No one knew where the reincarnated living Buddha died and no one knew where the God-suppressing monument would go. However, their mission had been completed. A game is a dream. When will life and death disappear in the blink of an eye? It seems real and illusory, endless and endless. In the end, there's no trace. Chapter 3209. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the warrior's gate, the outside world had no effect on him at all. However, he was powerless. Xueqi and another unexpected person were taken away by Yen Luo Inifa. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anger, but he did not have the ability to bring these two people back to the Warrior's Gate. The Warrior's Gate was connected to the three worlds. Even Jiang Chen did not know about it. Although the dreamland of the Great Lei Temple had been destroyed, he was still safe and sound in the Warrior's Gate. However, before the dreamland of the Great Lei Temple was destroyed, he still felt a violent tremor in the Warrior's Gate. Jiang Chen was very determined. He believed that the Warrior's Gate would not disappoint him. Not long ago, this was a divine object that could trap and kill the 9 supreme elders of the Dragon Clan. Even Qiu was amazed by it. One could imagine how powerful the Warrior's Gate was. However, the current Jiang Chen was still far from understanding how powerful the Warrior's Gate was. I wonder how the outside world is now. I guess the dreamland of the Great Lei Temple has been destroyed. Jiang Chen murmured. Little Chenzi, are we not dead yet? Ha ha ha. Tyrant laughed and said in the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen quickly released Tyrant and Qing Xian from the Zulong Tower. I almost reported to the King of Hell after surviving a disaster. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What are you doing? Forming a world of your own? Don't scare me, little Chenzi. Tyrant sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at everything around him, his heart was filled with raging waves. No one knew better than him how much ability it took to create a world of one's own. The illusory realm of the Great Lei Temple that he had stepped into, although it was just an illusory realm, it was also the embodiment of creating a world of one's own. In order to create a world of one's own, one must at least reach the Emperor realm. This isn't my world. I don't have such a great ability. This is the Brave Warrior's Gate. Behind the Brave Warrior's Gate is a brand new world. It seems to be a world that has been waiting to be opened. However, this Brave Warrior's Gate is also extremely powerful. I don't know what this Brave Warrior's Gate is used for. Both of us would have died if we hadn't relied on it to escape at the critical moment. Jiang Chen shrugged and said, feeling a little emotional. Brave Warrior's Gate. What a great Warrior's Gate. Interesting, this world can actually allow people to live in it. It's not simple. It's really not simple. Tyrant said with a sigh. Jiang Chen had given him too many surprises. If Jiang Chen wasn't here, he would have never been able to escape alive. No matter how powerful he was, he would have been captured by someone else. This time, the entire Great Lei Temple's illusory realm was either dead or injured. Only a few people managed to escape. Oh yes, those people. Almost all of them were dead or injured. There should be no more than 5 people who managed to escape alive. Jiang Chen said confidently. At the very last moment, they managed to escape from the Great Lei Temple's illusory realm. Even Yen Luo Inifa was in a difficult situation. At the last moment, he didn't dare to entangle himself with Jiang Chen anymore. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in the illusory realm. Hiss! Qing Xian inhaled a breath of cold air. She didn't expect so many top-notch experts from the West Pole Divine Continent and from all directions to die in the Great Lei Temple's illusory realm. Only a few of them managed to escape alive. It was really a pity. Humph. Those guys deserve to die. They can't even dream of getting what they want from us. I'll join hands with little Chenzi. Who can stop us? Ha ha ha, this time, we can fight side by side again. Let those reckless guys go to hell. They've been chasing me for dozens of years. Now all of them are dead. They deserve to die. They wanted to snatch the God-suppressing monument from me. This is called retribution. Tyrant's eyes were extremely cold as he spoke. All of these people deserve to die. Their deaths would put an end to all troubles so that they wouldn't go against him in the future. This time, the experts of the 10 great temples have suffered heavy losses. I don't know when they'll recover. These people should be the cornerstones of the younger generation. Now that they've all died, they should reflect on their actions. Those who kill will be killed. These people only have themselves to blame. In a short period of time, they won't take any action unless they're not afraid of death and come to us. We can rest assured about this. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Big brother Jiang is right. At least we don't have to be on tenterhooks anymore. Those guys have suffered heavy losses. They will definitely be fearful. Moreover, after the Great Lei Temple's illusory realm is destroyed, they should be thinking about what to do next. We definitely won't sit still and wait for them. Qing Xian revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. Previously, they had narrowly escaped several times. However, who could guarantee that they would be so lucky next time? They wouldn't be blessed by Buddha every time. Now, they could finally be at peace for a period of time. Let's go out now. Little Chenzi, I always feel uncomfortable in your Warrior's Gate world. Ha ha. Anyway, it's not as comfortable as the outside world. However, it's a good place to seek luck and avoid calamity. I don't think anyone will be able to find us in this small world. Tyrant said with a smile. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He also wanted to go out and have a look at the West Pole Divine Region. After the Great Layin Temple's illusory realm was destroyed, the current West Pole Divine Region would definitely be in a turbulent situation. There would definitely be great changes. This time, they had offended all the experts of the 10 great monasteries. Moreover, it was a grudge that wouldn't end until one of them died. When the enemies saw each other, they would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they had to be more cautious when they went out. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. When Jiang Chen pushed open the Warrior's Gate, the three of them were completely dumbfounded. Because everything in front of them wasn't the West Pole Divine Region that was filled with yellow sand. Instead, it was a huge forest that stretched for thousands of miles. The surrounding area was filled with ferocious beasts. Waves of terrifying aura came from the depths of the mountain range. The once vast yellow sand had turned into a forest. What is this place? Tyrant murmured. Jiang Chen didn't know where this place was. He was at a loss. The scene here was completely different from what they had seen before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the border between the Central Region Divine Region and the Wild Divine Region. At this moment, the fire Qilin behind Jiang Chen slowly stood up and said in a deep voice. Central Region Divine Region? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. I've finally arrived at the Central Region Divine Region. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good opportunity. Tyrant was also extremely excited. Chapter 32:10. Above the Divine World, there were 9 prefectures and 18 counties. The Eastern Divine Continent and the Southern Divine Continent were sorrowful and prudent. The Western Divine Continent was divided into 4 prefectures. The Savage Divine Continent, the Forbidden Divine Continent, the Ancient Divine Continent, and the Great Divine Continent were protected by the 18 counties. The Central Divine Land was the center of the world. It was the center of the entire Divine World. It was the place where the strong gathered. There was no one who didn't want to step into the Central Divine Land. They wanted to start their own path of becoming a strong cultivator. There were ancient strong cultivators who used the Central Divine Land as a base. They used the power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to sweep across the heavens. They conquered the 8 wilderness and the 9 prefectures. It could be said that the Central Divine Land was the place that countless strong cultivators dreamed of. There were countless geniuses and strong cultivators. Even a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen was like a fish in the river. There were billions of people in the Divine World. The Central Divine Land was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. It was the center of the gathering. Is this place really the Central Divine Land? Could it be that we directly crossed from the Western Divine Land to here? Qing Xian still had a look of disbelief on his face. Jiang Chen hadn't recovered from the shock yet. However, the fire Qilin wouldn't lie. Moreover, it had its own inherited memory. It was extremely sensitive to the geographical location. At this time, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement and shock. He didn't know what kind of changes had happened to the Warrior's Gate. He also didn't know what kind of fluctuations had appeared in the Great Thunder Tune Temple's illusion. However, it was a good thing that they were directly transported from the Western Divine Land to the Central Divine Land. After all, if they appeared in the Central Divine Land, they would probably be attacked by the people of the top 10 temples. Even if they were fearless, they would still be followed by a swarm of flies. I can't wait any longer. Ha ha ha, little Chenzi. What do you think if we join forces and turn the Central Region Divine Land upside down? Tyrant beamed with joy as he looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This guy was someone who craved for the whole world to be in chaos. If Jiang Chen were to be with him, he would definitely become extremely active. No matter where he went, he would be a troublemaker. Putting everything else aside, He would first offend all the people from the Central Region Divine Land. "You're always restless." Jiang Chen glared at Tyrant. At this moment, his strength had already reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. He could even fight against an ordinary Divine Emperor. What was there for him to be afraid of? Now that they had left the West Pole Divine Land, there was nothing for Tyrant to be afraid of. In the Central Region Divine Land, what place didn't have experts? What kind of sect did they not have? Even the top 10 monasteries of the West Pole Divine Land could only be considered as a mid-tier force in the Central Region Divine Land. They could not be compared to those super forces. Billions of years ago, the Buddha world of the West Pole Divine Land was indeed the ancestor of all realms. However, the current divine world had been divided for billions of years. The 9 prefectures and 18 counties were no longer what they used to be. How can this be restless? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the West Pole Divine Land. If we don't do something to them, I will feel sorry for myself. We only have one life. Shouldn't we have a free and easy time? TSK, after entering the divine world, I realize that your hands and feet are tied. Little Chenzi, this time I will take care of you. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will take care of it for you, Tyrant said in a domineering manner. He sniffled and his eyes shone with a strange brilliance. He was determined to create a storm in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you still a monk? Monks are supposed to be compassionate. A monk's heart is calm and peaceful. You, on the other hand, only want to see the world in chaos. It seems like you're going to join in the fun. Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. Qing Xian looked at Tyrant's current expression, and he felt a complicated feeling in his heart. Where did the polite and refined Tyrant go? Why did he look like a bandit now? Qing Xian never expected that the righteous person in his heart would turn into a monk who was even more ferocious than a bandit. He had to admit that the difference was huge. Monk, you've changed, Qing Xian said in a low voice. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were slightly stunned. Tyrant smiled and said, Qing Xian, it's not that I've changed. Qing Xian, it's not that I've changed, but with little Chen here, I'm the same old me. When I was traveling alone in the divine world, I was very careful and kept a low profile. I didn't want to be a living target for others. I hoped that one day, I would become a thorn in someone's eyes. However, in the end, the entire West Pole Divine Land still chased after me. I knew very well that that wasn't the real me. When I met little Chenzi again, I changed. I became the old me, the fearless and fearless me. It's not that Tyrant isn't domineering enough, but when I'm alone, I feel that the world is filled with coldness and loneliness. Qing Xian looked at Tyrant with a half-understanding look. However, she understood that it was not easy for Tyrant to reach where he was now. Therefore, she didn't expect him to become the same as before. She just felt that the current Tyrant seemed more real. Compared to the refined and courteous enlightened person, she preferred the current Tyrant because he wouldn't take anything to heart. It was Jiang Chen's appearance that caused an unimaginable chemical reaction in him. It allowed the hidden self in the depths of his heart to stand out again. This is his true nature. If one day, he wears a golden robe and stands in front of me with a serious expression, saying, embark to me. A monk doesn't lie. I'll feel out of place then. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. The two of them looked at each other. They understood each other better than the other. Don't be too happy yet. I said that this is the border between the desolate divine land and the Central Plains divine land. However, I didn't say that this is the Central Plains divine land. The fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in the ears of Jiang Chen and Tyrant. So what? The desolate divine land isn't even comparable to the Central Plains divine land. Why can't I go there? TSK, Tyrant said proudly. Raise your heads and take a look first. The fire Qilin's voice was a little hoarse. When they raised their heads, they found that it was pitch black above their heads. It was as if they had lost the sunlight. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The moment he raised his head, even though he was mentally prepared, he still felt incomparably shocked by what he saw. The 1,000-zhang-tall existence that was like a mountain was actually a spider. If it was a dragon, phoenix or rock, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel so shocked, but it was actually a 1,000-zhang-tall spider. Each of its legs was thousands of zhang long. It was truly unbelievable. Chapter 32:11. Motherfucker. Isn't this too scary? Is this the desolate divine region? Tyrant murmured. His expression changed a few times as he felt the pressure on him. He didn't dare to provoke so many terrifying beasts. Although the Wildlands Divine Region is inferior to the Central Plains Divine Land, the West Pole Divine Region, and the Northern Col Divine Region, these 4 divine regions are the most terrifying. The Great Earth Divine Region, the Wildlands Divine Region, the Forbidden Land Divine Region, and the Primordial Divine Region. There are very few humans living in these divine regions. In fact, there might even be none. That's because the 9 prefectures experts and demonic beasts coexist in the divine world. The Desolate Divine Region, as the name suggests, is inhabited by beasts from the Desolate Era. Even a fly could be a species from billions of years ago. Hence, our current situation isn't easy. Fire Qilin said. Looks like we're in trouble. So many giant spiders are migrating at such a fast speed. They must be doing something. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment, a scream could be heard within 100 li. Help. Someone's here? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. The 3 of them looked at each other. Then they quickly flew toward the direction where the sound came from. They hoped that these gigantic beasts wouldn't go berserk, or else they would be in deep trouble. Once these gigantic beasts went berserk, it would be a tragedy. Jiang Chen's group and Fire Qilin rushed forward, passing through countless thorns. In the forest, there were also beasts the same size as them. However, their strength didn't exceed the Divine King realm. Jiang Chen thought that those fellows must be the food of those giant beasts. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, there was no need for any explanation. The strong could live freely. Jiang Chen saw a group of dozens of men fighting a ferocious giant beast in front of them. The giant beast was none other than the giant spider beast above their heads. Although it wasn't as big as the others, it was only a few dozen meters tall, but it was still quite frightening. The surrounding forest within a 10 li radius was almost flattened. Only the giant spider and a dozen people were left. The number of people that had fallen was also several times more. It could be seen that this was a group of more than 10 people. However, at this time they were massacred and there were only less than 10 people left. Looks like these people are in trouble. Jiang Chen said. Are you going to help or not? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen as if asking for his opinion. This giant spider is quite strong. I'm afraid that it has the power of a half-step divine emperor. But I don't know if those spiders above us are its reinforcements. If this giant spider is in cahoots with those wild beasts, I think it's better for us to protect ourselves. The Fire Qilin looked at the dozens of half-step divine emperor giant spiders with fear. These guys were not easy to deal with. Let's save as many as we can, Jiang Chen said. If it was a battle between 2 groups of ferocious humans, he would definitely not care about it. However, watching those humans being devoured and killed by the giant spiders made him feel uncomfortable. Amitabha, I already knew that you wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Buddha is merciful. This monk is here. Tyrant took the lead and rushed towards the giant spider. The strength of a half-step divine emperor was evident. Even ordinary divine emperors might not be able to suppress him. Tyrant took the lead and struck out a seal. The Buddha's light shone brightly and forced the giant spider to retreat. Waves of terrifying chi were sent flying. The giant spider was completely repelled by Tyrant. Its eyes were filled with endless anger. Thank you for your help, great monk. The leading young lady cupped her fist and said with gratitude. She was dressed in a blue robe. She had bright eyes and white teeth. She held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand. She had a stunning face and an extraordinary coldness. She was like a goddess of war. She gave off a feeling that she was not inferior to any man. She did not have the gentleness of an ordinary lady. Instead, there was only a frosty killing intent. Of course, this killing intent was directed towards the giant spider. Such powerful strength. He's really a role model for our generation. Even if you're also a half-step divine emperor, I'm afraid that you might not be his match. A hunchbacked old man said solemnly. Tyrant's attack had shocked everyone. Although he was also a half-step divine emperor, he seemed insignificant in front of Tyrant. Teacher Wu, how do you think his strength is compared to yours? The lady asked in a deep voice. I'm not his match. Xuanzang, this time, we're not going to be a match for these guys. Don't get carried away. The old man called Teacher Wu said in a deep voice. I understand, Teacher Wu. Xuanzang nodded heavily. Her pretty face was incomparably cold, as if it was carved by a knife. Her beauty was breathtaking. Lowly humans. You'll all become my food. Ha! The giant spider sneered. The appearance of the tyrant monk did not make it feel the slightest bit fearful. Little guy, compared to those big guys, you're really nothing. You're only a half-step divine emperor and you're already so arrogant. Looks like you won't know how powerful I am if I don't teach you a lesson. Tyrant harumphed coldly. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. A bunch of ignorant and stupid humans. You guys can already announce the death penalty. The giant spider said disdainfully. It did not put Tyrant in its eyes at all. Its terrifying giant legs were like sharp blades, rapidly approaching Tyrant. The slender giant legs were long, thin and extremely sharp. As it swept across, the void shook. It was as imposing as a sword. Buddha's radiance. Tyrant didn't show any signs of weakness. He formed seals with his hands and engaged the giant spider in a fierce battle. The giant spider was completely suppressed by Tyrant. Terrifying Buddhist aura continued to erupt as Tyrant defeated the giant spider with a force that could sweep away all obstacles. Look at my Tyrant's invincible might. Ha ha ha. Buddha's angry reincarnation. Tyrant struck out a strike. Lightning flickered and shadows flickered. The giant spider was flipped over and even 3 of its legs were broken. Trash. Truly trash. Tyrant shook his head and said. He did not take the giant spider seriously at all. Damn it. How dare you injure me? I'll never let you go. I won't. The giant spider roared in anger. Teacher Wu, Xuanzang. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be too late if this giant spider goes berserk. A young man said in a deep voice. His strength was pretty good. However, he was still lacking compared to Teacher Wu and Xuanzang. Chapter 32:12. This eminent monk has saved us. What would it mean if he just left like that? Sun Xiaolong, you've really disappointed me. Wu Zhenqian shook his head and said. Tantai Jingzong also glanced at him. His expression was cold, and he said nothing. Oh woo. Woo woo woo. As the giant spider growled, 10 half-step divine emperor realm giant spiders appeared not far behind him, and their strengths were on par with him. Wu Zhenqian, Sun Xiaolong, and the others' facial expression drastically changed. Especially those middle hierarch realm experts. They were trembling in fear. Only 1/3 of the 30 middle hierarch realm experts were left. Their journey to the wild divine land had become extremely difficult. Every step they took was extremely difficult. Another 10 half-step divine emperor giant spiders. Tantai Jingzong squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. They thought that they would be saved after repelling the giant spider, but they did not expect another 10 giant spiders to appear. It was really terrifying. The wild divine land was indeed a place of death alongside the forbidden land. It was different from the great earth divine land and the ancient divine land. The forbidden land and wild divine land were known as the most terrifying divine land. Almost no one could walk out of it alive. If it wasn't for an extremely important matter, they definitely wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Although they had made sufficient preparations, the outcome was still unacceptable. More than half of them had died, which greatly hindered their journey. You guys go first. Leave this to us. Qing Xian said in a deep voice and looked at Tantai Jingzong and the others. No, how can we allow Grandmaster and the others to put themselves in danger for us? If that's the case, this old man will truly be ashamed. Wu Zhenqian said in a deep voice. They did not plan to leave this place. Although they were facing the pressure from the 10 giant spiders, they could not be ungrateful. You guys go first. Master should be able to handle it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. These 10 giant spiders weren't that scary, they just looked like they were hard to deal with. With his and Tyrant's strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to deal with them. If they were here, they would just be a hindrance to the others, and they would have to take care of them. You're just a late hierarch realm. What right do you have to say that? Master has risked everything to save us. How can we just leave like that? I, Tantai Jingzong, am definitely not someone who fears death. If you're afraid, you can leave. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen. His strength was the weakest, but he dared to talk nonsense, which really made her a little angry. There were many dangers around the master, so she could not leave just like that. Ha ha ha, isn't that right? Little Chenzi, with your meager strength, why don't you just watch from the sidelines? Tyrant stared blankly for a moment before laughing heartily. Jiang Chen smiled as he pointed at Tyrant. Although his words were laced with a hint of mockery, he was telling Jiang Chen that there was no need for him to do anything. With his strength alone, he could completely block these guys. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that he would be looked down upon by others. However, he was too lazy to explain. Now, it seemed that he had decided to save a few sentimental and righteous people. Then, Big Brother Jiang, you should rest first. Tyrant and I are enough to handle these guys. Qing Xian also smiled bitterly. Little did he know that the person that Tantai Jingzong looked down upon the most was actually the strongest among them. Hey kid, just stay here. Don't force yourself if you're weak. Ha ha. In the end, even the Fire Qilin teased Jiang Chen and quickly took action. The three of them did not even need to fight against the 11 giant spiders. Brother, we're weak. Let's just stay here. How's my strength compared to yours? Isn't I stronger than you? But in a battle between half-step divine emperors, we can't help at all. The gap between us and a half-step divine emperor is just too huge. It's a chasm that's hard to cross. Sun Xiaolong sighed. He was prepared to run away, but Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong did not agree to it. He could only stay here. You're right. Jiang Chen nodded his head in agreement. He didn't say anything else and looked at Tyrant and the others. At this moment, they were still able to deal with the 11 giant spiders with ease. Tyrant was the leader of the group. The Fire Qilin was blazing furiously, sweeping through the void fearlessly. Qing Xian stepped on a green lotus and soared into the sky, fighting the beasts with all his might. Countless spiderwebs covered the sky, each of them as thick as the threads of a diamond. They almost completely sealed off their paths of retreat. However, the Fire Qilin charged at the front, burning the spiderwebs with its Qilin beast fire. The three of them were having a great time fighting the dozen or so giant spiders. Both sides were exchanging blows, and Tyrant and the others didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pressure. 1 inch these people are the true peerless experts. The one with the green sword and the Fire Qilin are not any weaker than you. Only the eclectic grandmaster is a true peerless genius. You're the only one in the Tantai family who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But you're still not his match. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with battle intent. They got involved in this battle to save us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, how can our Tantai family face the world in the future? Wu Zhentian's snow-white brows twitched as he said coldly. He gave Tantai Jingzong a glance and joined the battle. Tantai Jingzong's expression was cold. Her strength was not weaker than Qing Xian's. At this moment, she had to join the battle as soon as possible to kill these giant spiders. No one knew if these giant spiders had any helpers. Moreover, every single one of them was a half-step divine emperor. No one dared to underestimate them. The experts that they brought with them were like cannon fodder in front of these giant spiders. The weak should have the awareness of the weak. You won't understand the world of the strong. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice. He then turned around and stepped into the sky, joining the battle to help Tyrant and the others. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose and shrugged helplessly. He looked at Sun Xiaolong and said, Do I look that weak to you? In my eyes, even I can defeat you with a single palm, let alone Tantai Jingzong. You don't know how powerful he is. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen in disdain and looked at Tantai Jingzong. His eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Recently, Old Su would play Expedition mobile game when he was free. He had fought a few national wars with Long Wen's brothers. It's really satisfying. Alright, let me tell my brothers that the iOS version of Expedition mobile game is out. You can download it from the Apple Store now. It's interoperable with Android. All fans of the game can fight on the same server. Chapter 32:13. Jiang Chen, who was being looked down on, was happy to watch the show from the side. There was no need for him to do anything at this time. The Fire Qilin and Tyrant were in the front. The Buddha's light shone brightly, and the Fire Qilin's sacred fire completely dispersed the attacks of the giant spiders. Their spiderwebs were perfectly restrained by the Fire Qilin. No matter how strong and tough the spiderwebs were, they could not withstand the burning of the Qilin's sacred fire. At this moment, with the addition of Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian, the 5 of them could easily deal with more than 10 giant spiders. Tantai Jingzong was the most at ease in the face of the powerful oppression of the giant spiders. Although her strength was different from Tyrant's power, the Fire Qilan's ferocity, or even Qing Xian's cruising, she seemed to be at ease, and the strength she displayed was not that terrifying. However, Jiang Chen could see that this woman's upper limit was perhaps the most terrifying, because even he did not know where her true weakness was, or how strong she could become. What an interesting woman. Perhaps even Tyrant is not a match for her, but she refuses to completely release her strength. It seems that this is not her original strength. Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong. This woman had a valiant and heroic bearing that was different from other women. She was not chivalrous or gentle, only cold and elegant. She was elegant and refined, unparalleled in the world. She was not arrogant, but she did not associate herself with the secular world. Perhaps this was what made her different. Let me tell you, don't underestimate these giant demonic beasts. They are all natives of the desolate divine land. We can't afford to provoke them. After we defeat them, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, a large number of demonic beasts will gather here. At that time, even a god emperor would be afraid of them. You are still too weak to understand that kind of true fear. You only know that they are invincible, but you don't know how terrifying they are. Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Although Jiang Chen's strength was weak, it was his 3 companions who had helped them block the attack of those giant spiders. He had to repay this debt of gratitude. I know, these guys are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said confidently. His expression was solemn. It seemed that the group of giant spiders was already somewhat powerless because the attacks of the 5 of them had completely crushed the giant spiders. It's good that you know. But I have to say, little brother, you really make people look down on you. Look at those 3 beside you. The Fire Qilan, one of the most powerful divine beasts in the wildlands. The bald Taoist has a Buddhist charm that can shake the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. That green-clothed woman is incomparably cold and domineering, no weaker than the scripture canon. I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Little brother, you really don't want to improve yourself. There are 3 peerless experts by your side, yet you're so weak. It's your good fortune that the 3 of them can bring you along. Jiang Chen, Sun Xiaolong curled his lips and said with a cold expression, as if he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. If it were me, I would have broken through to the half-step divine emperor realm a long time ago. But in the end, my strength is only at the late hierarch realm. How can I be on the same level as the 3 half-step divine emperors? Don't tell me you're the lackey of those 3 experts? I'm flattering you. Sigh. But as the saying goes, a good bird chooses a good tree to nest in. A bird that flies with a phoenix is a handsome bird. You must grasp this opportunity well. Whether your strength can make a breakthrough or not depends on whether the 3 half-step divine emperor realm experts will help you. Sun Xiaolong talked non-stop with a stern expression, as if he had become Jiang Chen's mentor and guiding light. I'll remember. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Remember, you must keep it in mind. Don't forget about it after you've agreed to it. You can't be careless in the future. The divine world is so vast, you can't be a frog in a well. The desolate divine land is so vast and dangerous. You must be careful. Even if it's us, we don't dare to be careless. Isn't this a problem? But my petrified sect is not afraid of death. We will definitely fight against the giant beasts with your friends. Sun Xiaolong said proudly. He could be said to be Sun Xiaolong Sr., so he naturally had to teach Sun Xiaolong a lesson. No matter how strong others are, they are still others. You need to be strong to forge iron. Do I need to tell you this? I'm telling you this for your own good. Take care of yourself. Jiang Chen nodded silently. I've learned something. Are you also from the Central Region Divine Land? Of course. I'm from the Central Region Divine Land and one of the elite disciples of the Petrified Sect. My Petrified Sect is one of the 17 major sects of the Central Region Divine Land. It's quite powerful and not something ordinary sects can compare to. Back in the days when our Grandmaster was at his peak, he competed with the heroes of the divine world. Unfortunately, the turmoil in the divine world has caused all the superpowers to be reshuffled. It's not something we can control. Even so, our Petrified Sect is still one of the famous sects in the divine world. Sun Xiaolong seemed to be very proud of his sect. One of the 17 major sects of the divine world. It sounded quite powerful. It seems that the petrified sect that you're in is indeed a major sect. What about the other sects and forces? Do you know a thing or two about them? Jiang Chen said respectfully. Sun Xiaolong's eyes widened. His interest was immediately piqued. How can you say I know a thing or two about them? That means I understand them quite well. What do you mean by quite well? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Xiaolong with interest. The two even sat on the ground and chatted. Jiang Chen's expectations stimulated Sun Xiaolong's desire to show off. His chatterbox was instantly opened. You've asked the right person. In the entire Central Region Divine Land, there's no one in the entire petrified sect or even the entire Kunshan Commandery who knows the most about it. Then tell me about the division of forces in the Central Region Divine Land. How is it divided? Jiang Chen was extremely curious about the Central Region Divine Land. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with arrogance. Obviously, he knew the Central Region Divine Land very well. It was a good thing that there was someone who could help him solve his problems. Jiang Chen was just suffering from his lack of understanding of the Central Region Divine Land. He had long wanted to explore it. When he obtained the 3 rushing thunder diagrams, he had already found the location of the sky thunder. It was in the Central Region Divine Land, but he never had the chance to go there. Chapter 32:14. Listen up, the Central Plains Divine Land is huge, and it's not as simple as you think it is. Every force has at least one county. There's an old saying in the Central Plains Divine Land. A pagoda and a hall occupy 2 sides, Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front, Wu Yun's sun covering ghost pill appears, sword drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke. I'll have to start from the beginning. Wu Yun's sun covering ghost pill appears, which refers to the Wu Yun sect and the ghost pill sect. The sword drawing galaxy drunken beacon smoke refers to the sword drawing sect, the galaxy master sect, and the smoke beacon sect. These 5 great sects are the pillars of the Central Plains Divine Land. Any one of them could make the Central Plains Divine Land tremble with just a stomp. Silver Ocean 8 extremes mountain in front refers to Silver Mountain Zhou, the Mountain and Sea sect, and the 8 extremes sect. These 3 great sects are even more terrifying than the 5 great sections. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the first sentence. A pagoda and a hall occupy 2 sides refers to the Buddha Pagoda and the Martial Pellet Hall. These 2 great forces are beyond your imagination. The Martial Pellet Hall is a gathering place for alchemy and blacksmithing grandmasters. Both grandmasters and rogue cultivators are extremely powerful. Moreover, there are countless grandmasters in the Martial Pellet Hall, and even many rogue cultivators are willing to serve the Martial Pellet Hall. You can imagine how terrifying the Martial Pellet Hall is in the Central Plains Divine Land. As for the Buddha Pagoda, it's a nightmare in the hearts of the people of the Central Plains Divine Land. Sun Xiaolong's face turned solemn when the Buddha Pagoda was mentioned. His eyes were filled with shock. Compared to his previous calmness, he seemed to be a little nervous. Is this Buddha Pagoda really that terrifying? Jiang Chen continued to ask when he saw Sun Xiaolong's expression change. He had to find the Buddha Pagoda, the 8-divisional pagoda, and Yun Gaiyao before he could find Yan Qingqing. I wouldn't dare to say that. Do you know how powerful the Buddha Pagoda is? All I can tell you is that the Buddha Pagoda seems to be even stronger than the Martial Dan Hall. Although it's a pagoda and a hall in name, the strength of the Buddha Pagoda is slightly higher than the Martial Dan Hall. The pagoda is only a symbol. Below the pagoda is the 8-divisional pagoda. The 8-divisional pagoda is where the true power lies. Every divisional pagoda occupies a county. I don't need to explain how terrifying it is. I don't want to meet anyone from the pagoda in my lifetime, Sun Xiaolong said in a serious manner. He had changed from his previous undisciplined style. It seemed like he was extremely secretive about the Buddha's pagoda. What about your fossil sect? What's your ranking? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Our petrified sect is one of the 17 major sects in the Kunshan Commandery, which is under the jurisdiction of the sword drawing sect. Within the Kunshan Commandery, we are at least one of the top 10 sections. Isn't that impressive? Sun Xiaolong looked at Jiang Chen and said, It's indeed impressive. You don't have to think that it's shameful for our fossil sect to be ranked as one of the 17 major sects in the Kunshan Commandery. When you truly enter the divine world, you will understand how big the Kunshan Commandery is. Within the territory of the sword drawing sect, a divine emperor expert would need 100 years, a hierarch expert would need 1,000 years, and a divine king expert would need 10,000 years. As for a heavenly god expert, they would need at least 1,000,000 years to cross the entire sword-drawing sect. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to leave the territory of the sword-drawing sect in their lifetime. Think about it. Even if you want to cross the sword-drawing sect, you will need 1,000 years without rest. Not everyone can afford to use the teleportation formation. Sun Xiaolong said faintly. No matter what, my fossil sect is a super powerful sect within the territory of the sword-drawing sect. There are tens of thousands of unranked sects in the divine world. It's impossible for you to cross over to the divine world. However, with your hierarch strength, it won't be difficult for you to become an overlord. However, it won't be easy for you to join a major sect like the fossil sect. Unless you have 3 friends to lead you, you might be able to join the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong was very proud. However, after hearing what he said, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The vastness of the divine world was completely beyond his expectations. A distance of tens of thousands of miles could be traversed by a rock. Even a hierarch expert would need tens of thousands of years to cross the entire Central Region Divine Land. This was the real Central Region Divine Land, the center of the divine world. Tens of thousands of miles was simply too far for people to see. Looking at Jiang Chen's sigh, Sun Xiaolong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a sense of accomplishment and said with a smile, "Reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles. You still have a long way to go. Little brother, don't slack off, don't neglect yourself. One day, I believe that with the talent of your 3 friends, they will help you to become a half-step divine emperor expert. By then, even a great power like my petrified sect will treat you differently." That's right. That's right. That's right. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will not let you down. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. Jiang Chen said with a solemn expression. What Sun Xiaolong said might be from the bottom of his heart. In the Central Region Divine Land, only the strong could become an existence respected by tens of thousands of people. Only the strong could be their ultimate goal. Because the strong could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. There was nothing they couldn't do. Because the strong could make countless people bow down to them. They could make the heavens and earth change color. They could live forever. Is that right? Let's all work hard. I will strive to reach the half-step divine emperor realm within 10,000 years. Then, my position in the fossil sect will rise. I have cultivated for more than 370,000 years and have already reached this level. This is extremely rare in the divine world. Normally, it would take hundreds of thousands or even millions of years to reach the divine king realm. However, to reach the hierarch realm from the divine king realm is not something that can be solved with time. It requires enlightenment. Since you can reach the hierarch realm, it means that you have great talent. How long have you cultivated till now? Sun Xiaolong said seriously. He had reached the peak of the hierarch realm in 370,000 years. Such talent was rare in the divine world. Although he did not become a true elder of the fossil sect, he was still one of the top 10 elite disciples. However, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the half-step divine emperor realm. Moreover, time did not mean anything. Some people could never make a breakthrough in their lifetime. However, according to Sun Xiaolong's judgment, he should be able to make a breakthrough within 10,000 years. More than 100 years. Jiang Chen calculated and said. It should be less than 200 years since he entered the divine world. Chapter 32:15. More than 1,000,000 years. That's not bad. There's still hope. It's not easy. Just work hard. Tan Taizong has been cultivating for 3,000 years. She's one of the few peerless geniuses in our fossil sect and even in the entire Kuan Shan County. Being able to reach the half-step divine emperor realm in 3,000 years is not something an ordinary person can do. She's a monstrous genius that only appears once in 1,000,000 years. We can only look at her from afar. Sun Xiaolong was full of admiration for Tan Tai Jingzong. Needless to say, he liked her. However, he also knew that he had to be at least a half-step divine emperor in order to be qualified to be with Tan Tai Jingzong. It was hard to say whether he could win Tan Tai Jingzong's heart. In the entire fossil sect and even Kuan Shan County, Tan Tai Jingzong was the dream lover of countless men. 3,000 years is enough to be called a monstrous genius. It seems like the experts of the divine world are just so. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Boy, it seems like you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. You can't simply say that. You must remember not to be arrogant and impatient in the path of cultivation. If your friend didn't save us, I would definitely teach you a lesson. 3,000 years is just a blink of an eye in the divine world. In our fossil sect, before Tantai Jingzong, the fastest expert to reach the half-step divine emperor realm took 7,000 years. You don't have to feel that it's inconceivable, and you don't have to feel that it's unfair. It's normal for you to spend more than 1,000,000 years. You're not the best, but you're better than the worst. After all, there are many who have just broken through the divine king realm after 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Sun Xiaolong said in a deep voice. At this moment, the scene of the battle in the distance suddenly changed. Originally, more than a dozen giant spiders were completely suppressed by them. However, at this moment, the number of giant spiders increased again, reaching more than 20, which doubled the number of spiders. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Tyrant was not as calm as before. More than 20 giant spiders, all of them were half-step divine emperors. Although they were simple-minded, they were half-step divine emperors after all. They were natives of the desolate divine continent. They knew how to advance and retreat better than anyone else. At this moment, more and more giant spiders gathered, giving off a feeling that they had nothing to fear. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be eaten by these giant spiders. Fire Qilin resisted with difficulty and said in a deep voice. You're right. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Qing Xian's expression was solemn. She stood beside Tyrant and did not leave his side at all. I'll stop these giant spiders. Wu Zhentian. Master Wu, you can't do that. Tantai Jingzong said solemnly. If Wu Zhentian stayed here, it would be equivalent to sending him to his death. How could they stop so many demonic beasts? More than 20 half-step divine emperors. This force was almost invincible. These guys are really difficult to deal with. Looks like I have to show them my true strength. Tyrant chuckled. With the god-suppressing monument in his hand, he instantly forced the 4 large spiders back. With the god-suppressing monument in hand, Tyrant's terror had reached a whole new level. The god-suppressing monument's suppressive effect on these large spiders was extremely obvious. Tyrant was practically fighting 1 against 4, while he was fighting 10 large spiders alone. Reverend, you're really powerful. You're able to remain unmoved in such a situation. You're really a role model for our generation. Wu Zhentian admired Tyrant. At this moment, he knew better than anyone that Tyrant's strength was comparable to that of a divine emperor expert. 10 half-step divine emperor giant spiders couldn't do anything to him. His battle strength was shocking. Even in the central region divine land, Tyrant would definitely be the target of all the major powers. He might not be an ordinary person. Moreover, the god-suppressing monument in Tyrant's hand had shocked everyone, especially Tantai Jingzong. Even the sheathed sword in his hand was trembling. What a great Tyrant divine weapon. It's really suitable for Reverend. Wu Zhentian said with a solemn expression. He was filled with admiration for Tyrant. With the divine weapon in hand, the battle situation became a stalemate once again. However, they couldn't go on like this. After 2 waves of giant spiders came one after another, they also felt a lot of pressure. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a 3rd wave of giant spiders joining the battle. When that time came, everyone would become fearful, and it would be quite difficult. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Wu Zhentian shouted in a low voice. Everyone nodded. It was difficult for the giant spiders to kill them, but it was easy for them to entangle them. Little Chanzi, what are you waiting for? Tyrant said in a deep voice. He also felt a lot of pressure when facing 10 giant spiders alone. Even though he had the god-suppressing monument, it was still impossible for him to fight against so many experts. If Jiang Chen didn't join the battle, it would be very difficult for them. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, even Tyrant couldn't hold on any longer. After all, it was quite painful to be entangled by those giant spiders. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and took a step forward. However, he was caught by Sun Xiaolong. Little brother, are you really going to die? In this kind of battle, you might be dragged into it if you're not careful. Sun Xiaolong frowned. He felt that Jiang Chen was very close to him as he was willing to listen to his show-off. That's why he didn't want to lose a good listener like Jiang Chen. I forgot to tell you. I actually didn't use more than 1,000,000 years to cultivate until now, but only 100 years. That's quite a long time. If I had 200 years, I reckon that these guys would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. After saying that, Jiang Chen stepped on the sky and left. Sun Xiaolong was stunned as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Reaching the late hierarch realm in 100 years? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. This guy is definitely a better show-off than me. Nowadays, there are always people who like to show off, especially in front of beautiful women. However, you're dreaming if you want to pursue Tantai Jingsong. Sun Xiaolong sighed. Jiang Chen didn't know what was good for him. Once he stepped into this battle, his life and death would be uncertain. Chapter 32:16. I hope you won't be a hindrance. Tantai Jingzong glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's appearance had obviously made Tantai Jingzong fearful. He hoped that he would not lose the upper hand just to save Jiang Chen. This is what I wanted to say to you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and turned to look at Tyrant and the others. You guys retreat first. Let him have a taste of my 5 elemental divine fire. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. All right. Tyrant, the fire Qilin, and Qing Xian looked at each other and quickly left. At this moment, Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian were dumbfounded. They did not expect Tyrant and the others to leave just like that, leaving only Jiang Chen behind. How is this possible? Wu Zhentian's expression changed drastically. Retreat. Old man. You guys go first. Don't worry about me. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he raised his blade. This. Tantai Jingzong could not believe it. He did not expect Tyrant and the other half-step Divine Emperor experts to let a late hierarch guard their path of retreat. Isn't this too unbelievable? One should know that a half-step Divine Emperor and a hierarch could not be mentioned in the same breath. Go. Don't be a hindrance here. Jiang Chen said faintly. Tantai Jingzong almost went berserk. This fella really makes me speechless. Since you want to die, I will not stop you. Wu Zhentian and Tantai Jingzong also retreated, leaving Jiang Chen to face 20 half-step Divine Emperor giant spiders alone. At that moment, the 5 elemental trigram fire formation burst into flames. Jiang Chen faced the attacks of 20 giant spiders with ease. The 5 elemental divine fire was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was even more powerful than the Qilin Saint fire. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so unbridled. Tantai Jingzong said with a solemn expression. However, Wu Zhentian saw something else terrifying. The 5 elemental divine flames. Obtaining even one of the 5 flames would be a great fortune. However, gathering all 5 flames in one body meant that it would definitely be extraordinary. He must be a master refiner or master alchemist. Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice. His heart was in turmoil. Although Jiang Chen's strength had not reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm, he was able to fight against a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert with the help of 5 divine fires. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. 5 divine fires. It was truly shocking. You're right about that. Little Chenzi's skill in alchemy is quite high. Let's hurry up and leave, lest something unexpected happens. Tyrant said in a deep voice. Is it really all right to leave him here alone? Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice. Although she was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances as he was weak and arrogant, he was besieged by those giant spiders because he wanted to save them. Tantai Jingzong still felt bad for leaving him alone. Don't worry. It'll be fine, Tyrant said with a smile. Wu Zhentian glanced at the dozen disciples behind him. Their strength was only at the middle hierarch realm. Their fates might be completely changed if something bad happened to them. Their trip to the Divine Land would be a failure on the verge of success. All right, that's the only thing we can do now, Wu Zhentian said while gritting his teeth. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Looks like we've underestimated him. Sun Xiaolong was also rather shocked. If this 5 elemental divine fire was in the petrified sect, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. This fellow was truly the chosen son of the heavens. To be able to possess 5 types of divine fire at the same time, it was truly enviable. You guys go first. I'll cover you guys. Tantai Jingzong still did not plan to leave Jiang Chen alone. Everyone quickly left, except for Tantai Jingzong, who retreated slowly. Jiang Chen turned his head and exchanged a glance with Tantai Jingzong. Both of their gazes were filled with playfulness. When Jiang Chen turned around and looked at the giant spiders again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Jiang Chen held the 5 elemental divine fires in his hand fearlessly. He passed through the 20 giant demonic beasts with murderous intent. In less than half an incense stick's time, all 20 Hierarch Realm giant demonic beasts were heavily injured. However, what came next was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. More than 30 half-step divine emperor giant spiders came and surrounded Jiang Chen. Damn fella! Did I poke a spider's nest? Even Jiang Chen felt his scalp tingling. These fellas were too terrifying. They seemed to be endless. With the suppression of the 5 elemental divine fires, these giant spiders were heavily injured. But now, with so many giant demonic beasts, no one would be able to stop these fellas. As the number of giant spiders increased, there were almost 70 to 80 half-step divine emperors. Jiang Chen also suffered some injuries. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his face was gloomy. These fellas were really hard to deal with. Even an elephant could be killed by a large number of ants. This saying was not without reason. Jiang Chen could only evade. If he were to fight with his life on the line, it was not impossible for Jiang Chen to kill them. But what was the point of doing so? As long as Tyrant and the others could escape, his mission would be accomplished. Out of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Jiang Chen laid out the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and cast the Great Void technique. He instantly escaped from the battlefield, completely deceiving those giant demonic beasts, making them think that Jiang Chen was still in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. A bunch of brainless fellas. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly, almost crashing into Tantai Jingzong. The fragrance that assaulted his nostrils seemed to originate from her body. Jiang Chen took a step back subconsciously. There was no emotion on Tantai Jingzong's face, but his heart was pounding. Are you all right? Tantai Jingzong asked. I'm fine. Those fellas can't do anything to me. Jiang Chen shrugged and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. That's good. Don't force yourself in the future. Although you have 5 types of divine fires, it doesn't mean that you can fight those of a higher realm. What you faced today was just a giant demonic beast that was restrained by your divine fire. If you were to encounter other beasts in the future, you might not be able to escape so easily. Tantai Jingzong said coldly. I know very well how much I try my best. However, is this how you treat your savior? Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong with a smile. Wipe the blood at the corner of your mouth first. Tantai Jingzong took out a spotless white handkerchief and tossed it to Jiang Chen before turning around and leaving. Jiang Chen held the handkerchief tightly and gently wiped off the blood on his mouth. He took a gentle sniff and felt refreshed. This was the so-called body fragrance. It didn't smell like a peony, a daisy, a green lotus, or an orchid. It was more like a fragrance that could make one feel relaxed and happy. Chapter 32:17. Not only Tantai Jingzong, even Tyrant did not know what Jiang Chen had experienced after they left. It was no longer 20 giant spiders, but 30 to 50, and in the end, there were 70 to 80 demonic beasts. The danger and terror that Jiang Chen had experienced was self-evident. In Tantai Jingzong's eyes, Jiang Chen was also their savior. However, he was more impetuous than Tyrant. He liked to show off and even liked to act mysterious. She had never seen someone as arrogant as him fighting against more than 20 half-step divine emperor demonic beasts with his late hierarch strength. Of course, Jiang Chen defeated those fellows because he was able to restrain those giant spiders. It was not because of his true strength. In the end, it was Jiang Chen and the others who saved them. Even Sun Xiaolong expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chen. This time, we are fortunate to have the help of the spiritual masters. This old man is really grateful. I hope that the spiritual masters will visit my fossil sect when you enter the Central Region Divine Land in the future. Wu Zhentian said with a smile. Although more than 20 of them had died, they were all middle hierarch experts. As long as Tantai Jingzong and him were not injured, they were not heavily injured. After all, Wu Zhentian was Tantai Jingzong's mainstay in their group. Thank you. Tantai Jingzong nodded silently, expressing her gratitude to Jiang Chen and the others. She did not say much, but her words were sincere. After all, she was a carefree woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate. This time, it's all thanks to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it would not be easy for us to leave this place. Qing Xian said seriously. However, in Tantai Jingzong's eyes, they were just saying good things for Jiang Chen. If it was not for his divine fire that could restrain those giant demonic beasts, he would have died a terrible death. Moreover, he almost sacrificed himself for the sake of fighting back. Brother Jiang, haha. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Although you haven't reached the half-step divine emperor realm, you're already so powerful. But your divine fire is really amazing. I'm really envious of you. Haha. Every alchemy grandmaster or blacksmith grandmaster hopes to have an extremely strong divine fire. Only then will they be able to walk further and further on their own path. If I can have a powerful divine fire, it is not impossible for me to become a blacksmith grandmaster. Sun Xiaolong said with a solemn face. His expression was downcast. Jiang Chen had used 5 types of 5 elemental divine fire to fight against the giant spider. This had brought them a great shock. What Xiaolong said makes a lot of sense. Little brother, when you walk in Jianghu, you must know that a gentleman is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. You possess 5 types of divine flames. If someone with ulterior motives were to see you, they would definitely want to snatch you away and kill you. In the future, I hope little brother can protect yourself well. Don't reveal too much of your divine fire, lest you get into trouble. Wu Zhentian's words were very useful to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew what Wu Zhentian said was the truth. The Central Region Divine Land was huge. It was incomparable to other places. Moreover, he had offended the Buddhist pagoda. He would have to be more careful in the divine world in the future. What Mr. said is right. I will definitely keep it in mind. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Ba. Since you guys came from the Central Region Divine Land, why did you come to the desolate Divine Land? The danger here is on par with the forbidden land of the Divine Land. Now that there are so many casualties, it's a sad thing. Tyrant probed. These people must have entered the desolate Divine Land for some reason. Otherwise, why would they launch such a large-scale attack into the depths of the desolate Divine Land? Moreover, their strength was not to be underestimated. If they had not encountered these giant spiders, they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Tantai Jingzong and Wu Zhentian looked at each other. Then Tantai Jingzong said in a low voice, "We came to look for treasures this time. This time, we are here to search for treasures. The fossil sect has received an extremely exciting piece of news. In a place 500,000 kilometers away from the central continent Divine Land and the wild Divine Land, there is a small isolated mountain. More than 70,000 years ago, a fallen heavenly meteorite landed on that mountain. Fallen heavenly meteorites are top-quality materials for refining divine weapons. They have unimaginable value, and the purpose of our trip is here." After Tantai Jingzong finished speaking, Wu Zhentian smiled and said earnestly, "We came to look for treasures this time. Young friends, to tell you the truth, although our strength is not bad, I always feel that the search for the outer space meteorite this time will not be that simple. What happened before has confirmed my guess, and the crisis that we may encounter next is also difficult for us to predict. I can see that he is extremely pure in nature and is certainly not a thief. Moreover, I am indebted to everyone's great kindness, so this old man boldly wants to ask several little friends to help my fossil sect successfully find fallen meteor. At that time, my fossil sect will definitely thank you." The fallen heavens? Jiang Chen murmured. The fallen heavens was a real gem. Even if it was the worst material, it was definitely more terrifying than any origin divine tool. It was even possible that the origin stone could reach the level of a primal origin treasure. Then, the divine weapons refined from it would be quite precious. Jiang Chen also continued to use some meteorite iron. His 108 origin divine tools were already somewhat insufficient. It was impossible for him to kill a divine emperor realm expert. If the Ashura sword formation wanted to become stronger again, the grade of the divine weapons must be strengthened. If the 108 origin divine tools made a breakthrough, even if they did not reach the level of a primal origin treasure, they would still reach a higher level. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and directly agreed. Wu Zhentian was overjoyed because his and Tantai Jingzong's strength, together with Sun Xiaolong and the others, were just a drop in the bucket after all. It was already quite difficult for them to encounter those giant demonic beasts. If they encountered more danger, their situation would be even more difficult, and they might not even be able to move an inch. Therefore, Wu Zhenqian planned to let Jiang Chen and the others help them. Otherwise, it would be hard to predict the dangers they would face along the way. But I have a condition. Jiang Chen paused and said. Tantai Jingzong frowned and looked at Jiang Chen, saying, "What condition?" "I want half," Jiang Chen said faintly. "You are simply asking for too much. Can you swallow it?" Tantai Jingzong said in a deep voice. "Then why don't you try swallowing one for me?" Jiang Chen asked. "Humph." Chapter 32:18. Jiang Chen was startled by his own words. He didn't think too much about it. However, he didn't mean what he said. His words were indeed a little deeper than what he said. "Haha, little friend. Are you saying that you want to separate from my fossil sect?" Wu Zhenqian said with a smile. He was neither happy nor sad, and no one knew what he meant. "I think the old man should understand that with your strength, you may not be able to achieve your final goal. Coincidentally, we are here at this time, and this is a good thing for you. Rather than going through all the effort and not being able to obtain what you want, I think you should know better than me which is easier." Jiang Chen also said with a smile. The smile on Wu Zhenqian's face became more and more radiant. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's words had hit the nail on the head. He was also worried about this. If there were any changes, it was very likely that they would not be able to resist. However, if Jiang Chen and the others were here, then everything would be hard to say. Although Wu Zhenqian couldn't completely trust Jiang Chen and the others, this person had after all saved their lives. In general, he could be regarded as a kind person, so he had no reason to not trust Jiang Chen. Of course, if old Master Wu is not willing, then we won't disturb you anymore. We will directly go to the Central Province Divine Land. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, Wu Zhenqian's smile gradually disappeared. He pointed at Jiang Chen and shook his head helplessly. "You are really giving me a general. I have been forced into a corner by you." "Huh." Wu Zhenqian smiled bitterly. His face was full of solemnity. Jiang Chen was giving him an ultimatum. If he didn't agree, then he wouldn't have this shop anymore. Wu Zhenqian was also very clear that this was a win-win situation. However, he might need to make a certain degree of concession. It was better to be safe than sorry. If the previous incident happened again, then their lives might be in danger. If they lost their lives, then what was the use of having more treasures? Wu Zhenqian pondered again and again. He knew that he had to make a decision. Whether Jiang Chen really wanted to leave or not, he had to show his attitude. Otherwise, this alliance might not be so simple. "I'm just stating the facts." Jiang Chen loosened the reins only to grasp them better. This was also a method, but it was also very beneficial for Wu Zhenqian. He knew that their ability was limited. If they forced their way into the Wildlands Divine Land, the consequences might be unbearable. More than 20 Middle Hierarch realm experts had died previously was the best proof. Although they were not the true core strength of their sect, it was very difficult to cultivate a group of Hierarch realm experts. It was not as simple as they thought. The greatest foundation of a sect was the number of Divine King and Hierarch realm experts. No matter how strong a sect was, without a core strength, the sect was destined to not last long. Tantai Jingzong saw Wu Zhenqian's expression and knew that Wu Shi was really going to agree to Jiang Chen. Then their secret would be exposed. Those things originally belonged to their fossil sect, but now they had to share it with someone else. This was not good news for them. "Teacher Wu, this..." Tantai Jingzong wanted to say something, but Wu Zhenqian waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything else. We'll split the meteorites evenly. What do you think, little friend?" "All right, I like talking to people like you, never beating around the bush." Jiang Chen looked at Tantai Jingzong indifferently. Tantai Jingzong stared at Jiang Chen and snorted, but there was nothing she could do. After all, Wu Shi had already decided. It was impossible for her to change her mind. She still had to listen to Wu Shi's command this time. Tantai Jingzong no longer had any hope for Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was quite capable, he was completely different from a real half-step divine emperor. At least, it would not be difficult for her to kill him. "I hope you won't disappoint us." After that, Tantai Jingzong turned around and left, leading the way. "She's always like this. Little friend, please don't mind her. It's just her personality." Most people with a pure nature are like this. Wu Zhentian said. Most people with a pure nature are like this? I'm afraid you're speechless because of this girl's words. If she was by my side, I probably wouldn't have spoiled her. She's a typical arrogant person. However, this was not the case for others. Jiang Chen could not understand. Did I really put on an act in front of her? Haha, looks like someone finally dares to challenge you. Little Chenzi, hurry up. Tyrant said as he looked at Jiang Chen with a joyful expression. An ambiguous look could be seen in his eyes. It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, brother, but don't have any ideas about Tantai Jingzong. Otherwise, you'll die very, very miserably. Although no one will make things difficult for you here, if you enter the fossil sect in the Kunshan Commandery, you'll be attacked by countless young prodigies if you dare to target Tantai Jingzong again. By then, no one will be able to save you. Sun Xiaolong shook his head and said with a sigh, You're thinking too much. I don't have any ideas about her. There are many good-looking women, but I can't afford to be with a witch like her. Don't worry, even if all the women in the world die, I won't be with her. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Then I'm relieved. I'm also worried about you. After all, not everyone can resist Tantai Jingzong. Although you have some ability, you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. You can't be arrogant. Otherwise, you'll have a hard time after you enter the Central Region Divine Land. My words to you are from the bottom of my heart. You must take them to heart. Sun Xiaolong said earnestly. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally felt that this Sun Xiaolong was a blabbermouth. He would never stop nagging, and was even more difficult to deal with than a woman. Thank you for the reminder. Jiang Chen said helplessly with a frown. However, this guy seemed to be very interested in guiding Jiang Chen's life. He kept talking to Jiang Chen. Look, that's little lonely mountain in front. Sun Xiaolong walked at the front and kept talking. Everyone looked to the front. A ring-shaped mountain ridge appeared in everyone's sight, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation spread out from the small mountain. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.